Hari Om, starting the session right now. So requesting everybody to please be seated. Hari Om. With a mark of respect for the next speakers, the session starts. I request all of you to come and be seated. Thank you. Thank you. Renika.
Namaste everyone, and welcome back to our HMEC conference. I hope you all had a good lunch. We will get started with our fourth session for today. Session 4, Preservation of Mandir Architecture, Sthapatya, and Vigrahas. Mandir architecture and the Vigrahas are living symbols of our faith and heritage. This session celebrates their preservation, inspiring us to honor and carry forward their timeless spiritual legacy. This session will focus on preserving the sacred heritage of Mandir architecture, Sthapatya, and Vigrahas, ensuring their spiritual and cultural legacy. We would like to invite the moderator for this session, Sri Shashank Ji Bhattar, who comes from a 400-year-old priestly lineage, carrying forward the tradition as the 14th generation. He graduated from the University of Minnesota and now works in the supply chain field, while also learning the Krishna Yajurvedam and volunteering at the Hindu Temple of Minnesota, assisting priests with Vedic chanting and temple service. Let's welcome Shashank Bhattar Ji to the stage.
Namaste and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shashank Murali, and today I have the privilege of introducing our next session, Preservation of Mandir Architecture and Vigrahas. So just to start, Hindu temples are not just buildings. They are sacred spaces carefully designed to embody spiritual principles. Every tower, pillar, and sanctum is rooted in ancient science and symbolism, guiding the devotee towards the divine. In the United States, most of our Hindu temples are relatively young, built within the last 40 to 50 years. Yet even here, they follow the same cycle of renewal as temples in India through the Kumbhabhishekam, or consecration ceremony, which is performed around every 12 years. This is much more than a ritual. It is when the temple and Vigrahas are inspected, repaired, and spiritually recharged. One key aspect is the care of the Vigrahas, the sacred deities. Over time, every stone and metal can shift or weaken. Ashtabandhanam, a sacred binding mixture made of 8 herbal materials, is reapplied to ensure the deities remain firmly and securely installed. If significant work is needed, a temporary shrine called Balayam is created, allowing worship to continue uninterrupted, even while the sanctum is being restored. During the restoration period, devotees are allowed to enter the sanctum for repairs and restoration. This delicate balance between preservation and devotion is at the heart of temple maintenance. So why is all of this important? Like any structure, a temple depends on its foundation. If neglected, cracks and wear can compromise not just the building, but the sanctity of the rituals performed within. Timely maintenance ensures that temples remain strong, safe, and spiritually vibrant for future generations. It is a shared responsibility to protect these sacred spaces so they continue to inspire faith, culture, and community. Now, with this foundation set, it is my honor to introduce our 2 speakers for this session. They will take us deeper into the architecture, rituals, and responsibilities involved in preserving these holy spaces. First, I would like to invite Sri Prem KV onto the stage. As he gets onto the stage, we would like to play a small introduction video of his.
Silence from the audience, please. Requesting silence from the audience. Attendees, please. Thank you.
We work on the audio.
Kanyakumari to the Himalayas. After completing post-graduation in horticulture and briefly working as a scientist in Australia, he chose a life of sadhana and seva in an ashram for 15 years. For the last decade, he has worked in the film industry, commercial projects, even Bollywood, where he discovered the power of storytelling through video. His channel, with over 5 million views, shares the richness of culture, spirituality, and tradition. His flagship 14-episode series on Sadguru Sri Brahma has inspired thousands to connect with the works of Siddhas and yogis. Other series such as Himalayan Temples, Know Your Culture, and Tata Talks have encouraged many to travel, reconnect with their roots, and bring spiritual practices into their daily lives. Through these projects, he has helped raise over $300,000 for temples, and his calls to action have multiplied temple visitors more than 50-fold in just a few years. Amid growing pressures against dharma in politics, media, and education, Prem KV emphasizes living Sanatana Dharma every day through temples, culture, lifestyle, and sacred spaces at home. To further this work, he founded the Indigenous Cultures Revival Project in the US, supporting dharmic activities for the diaspora and temples here. He also conducts live and online workshops on the power of temples, rituals, and culture. For the last 4 years, he has been researching and documenting the life of Maharishi Agastya Muni. This much-awaited documentary series is expected to release later this year.
You can call her on stage. He can talk and then you can call her on stage. My apologies, Prem KVG. You can
And
do
now-
the intro later. I mean, yeah.
And now I would like to introduce our second speaker, Himani Shukla. Himani Shukla is a gold medalist and merit holder with a master's in economics who is deeply rooted in Sanatana Dharma. A state and district awarded artisan, she specializes in traditional Indian handicrafts and marble idol restoration under the guidance of the Archaeological Survey of India, leading successful restoration projects in temples across India and the USA. Please welcome her on stage. And now I'll invite Prem KV to come up to start his presentation.
Namaste. Today we are going to look at the science of temples, the way a common man needs to be told. When I say common man, it's me. Because these are questions that I had as a teenager growing up. First thing that I remember asking my parents is, if God is everywhere, why do I need to go to a temple? Why do I need to do the rituals in a particular space? And when parents don't know the answers, you know what they do. That's what they did to me as well. Just shut up, go and pray and come. Sit. But once you get the freedom, then you start wanting to rebel, you want to do your own thing. I started turning inward by living in an ashram as a monk for 15 years and going into intense sadhana, reading Siddhar's scriptures, and now connecting the dots. I see a certain pattern there. Over centuries, lots of specializations have happened in the field of temples, and at the end of it, there is nobody who is able to tell simple things in a very simple way. So this is something that I have been doing in the last 10 years, sharing this common knowledge that got lost because we specialized way too much. So temples in this culture, they are called as kshetras. Kshetra means an energy space. So how is this energy space created and why was it created? The highest teachings in our Upanishads and Vedas is Tattvamasi, that means you or that, or Aham Brahmasmi, I am that. But it's a knowledge, but experientially it's not that. So yogis, rishis and munis who sat in meditation for long, went deep within themselves, they saw that this is Pinda and that's Anda. This is microcosm and that's macrocosm. Once they experience the macrocosm as a part of themselves, they realize they cannot come and just talk about that to the common people because that's an experiential dimension. People are either going to laugh at them or start throwing stones at them, just saying that I experienced the whole cosmos. So they created something called as a mesocosm. When creating that, they personified whatever they saw in their inner experience. Some people saw the Milky Way and they personified, saying this is Vishnu, who is sleeping in or Shayana in the Milky Way. Somebody else experienced the empty spaces in the cosmos, and they say this is Rudra or Shiva, and they personified into the lingas that we see. So they created something called as a mesocosm. So this is micro and that's macro. They created something which is meso, which is in between, which a common person can just visit, go inside, taste the experience, have a glimpse of what the macrocosmos could be, and then come out. So they created these spaces, which we refer to as kshetras. They divided selection of a spot is a vastu or a vastu property. They divided it into 81 segments, 9 by 9. And they personified that as well. And they call this as the Vastu Purusha Mandala. This is the personification of that space. Let me show the Vastu Purusha. So this they chose for a particular land. And then they built the mesocosm in the shape of a person lying down as a temple structure. This is how they created the mesocosm. So when you enter a kshetra, this is like you are entering the perfect human being who has been established there, who has been energized to that extent that if somebody walks in and comes out, they can experience a bit of it. Now, why should a common man go there to experience this? See, the common man does not want to experience the cosmos. Only a person who is seeking, who wants to know the ultimate nature of who I am, goes into all that. Somebody else who is just a farmer wants his crop to grow well. Somebody who is doing his business, he needs more children so that his business can be grown. This is where the common person is. So the yogis, the rishis and munis knew this. So they created different mesocosms. If you want knowledge, they created a Saraswati Mandir. If you wanted wealth, they created a Mahalakshmi Mandir. If you wanted fear to go away, they created Bhairav. Like this, various missionaries, various tools they created so that you can go there and get what you want. Because the first question when you tell somebody who is not interested in spirituality or religion, why should I go there? What will I get? That's what they addressed. Do you want your crop to grow well? You go and do this ritual in this particular temple. These are like, sorry to use the analogy, but these are like vending machines where you have to go there and press the right buttons so that you get the right article out of the vending machine. You cannot go to a Saraswati Mandir and ask for wealth and expect her to give that to you. It doesn't work that way. You can't go to a vending machine which has drinks in it and try and get lace out of it, right? So they created specific mesocosms, specific machineries where specific things can be acquired from. Now, how do we acquire this? We will quickly run through the whole temple. This is usually a 7-hour workshop that I do. In 7 minutes, I try to do this. Let's run through. The elements that we first see is the gopuram. This is a pyramidal structure that you see outside. This is like the threshold for the kshetra. This is the border of there are 4 gopurams usually. If there are no resources, just 1 gopuram. And there are kalashas on top. What is a kalasha and all that we are not going into now. Then the Pushkarni. Pushkarni could be either outside or inside based on the availability of resources. Usually in the northeastern corner. You take a dip there. You want cleansing of your system, and also the system needs to be wet before you can enter in to imbibe the prana that has been established inside. Next, you see the stamba. Stamba is like how for the Kshetra, this is the navel, how we were nourished by our mother through the umbilical cord. Like that, the stamba nourishes that Kshetra. During Brahmotsavam, you will see special pujas are done for that. Then is the Balipitam. You are supposed to sacrifice your anger, lust, greed, everything at that Balipitam before you proceed further. Then there is Vahana. Vahana is the vehicle. Vehicle for you to become from this Pinda to Anda. So this Vahana is an indication. We won't go into the details of it now, but each Vahana represents or gives you a method for you to attain to that Pratishthit Devata. That's what the Vahana is. Not necessarily that they ride on it. It is an indication of how you can become that. Then the Ashtadikpalas. There is a primary Devata that is installed, and there are 8 Dikpalas, Ashtadikpalas, who guard the place. Also, who they balance the energy. Like how Indra is in the east, is for lightning and thunder. You need lightning and thunder, and Varuna on the opposite side is rain. Similarly, Yama, this is for death, and Kubera on the opposite for wealth. Agni, fire. What's in the opposite is Vayu. You need Vayu for Agni. So this is an energy balanced thing that the Dikpalas do. And there are also Parivara Devatas. It's like you invite your prime minister to your city. Not just the prime minister comes, the whole gang comes. So even if you are doing Pratishtha for, next please. If you're doing Pratishtha for Shiva or Vishnu, the whole Parivara also have to be consecrated, because that's how they function. They are in a state of emanation. You are going there to receive something that they are offering. Whatever is open is vulnerable. So to protect that vulnerability, you need the Dikpalas and the Parivara Devatas. That's how they are constructed. And when you go inside the Mandapa, and then finally the Garbhagraha is where the Murti is installed, is consecrated. Beneath the Murti is the Yantra. The Yantra is consecrated through Mantra Pratishta or Prana Pratishta and installed. This Yantra could be made in copper or silver, and this is like the powerhouse of the Kshetra. You don't see this because it is beneath the Vigraha. So when we go there, what we do is we have darshan. Darshana means to see, to behold. Whenever we say, when you go to a temple, we ask, Darshana Aidita. That means, have you had darshan? It's not that seeing and coming. You have to stand there and behold. Whatever offerings you have taken, you give it to the Acharya, the priest, and he goes inside. He asks your name and nakshatra. This is your GPS in the time and space. Your Gotra Nakshatra is your coordinate. You give that. You stand there and create the Sankalpa that this is why I have come here. This is what I want. That Sankalpa is important. You do that, and then you receive the Tirtha or Prasada that is given from inside. This, you want the consecrated substance to come into you, either drinking the Tirtha or eating the fruit or keeping the flower on you. Just one more thing and I'll finish it. This format we have been using. I am requesting the temples and people. See, whoever is here, you are all specialized in what a temple is. But how a company keeps relooking at how are we marketing it. The consumer needs to understand what you are providing. So what the temple is offering has to be spoken in a language that a common person understands. So this is something that we have been doing to temples, both in India and in the US. We make videos where they can put it up on their website or just to play there for a person who comes first time who is coming to the temple. They need to understand what the Kshetra is and how he can approach and receive something from this. So we'll be having one more session in the evening about the videos, the power of videos in fundraising and community building. We'll go into that. If there are questions after this, we will look at it. Thank you.
नमस्कार, मैं हिमानी शुक्ला। शशांक जी ने ऑलरेडी मेरा इंट्रोडक्शन दे दिया है और मैं अपनी बात आपको जो भी बताना चाहती हूँ विग्रह से जुड़ी हुई हिंदी में ही बोलना ज़्यादा अच्छा समझ रही हूँ, क्योंकि मैं अपनी मातृभाषा में अपने भाव को ज़्यादा अच्छे से शायद समझा सकती हूँ। तो सॉरी नहीं कहूँगी क्योंकि वो मेरी मातृभाषा है, लेकिन मैं हिंदी में ही बोलना चाहूँगी। धन्यवाद। बिसाइड स्टडीज़ मैंने बचपन से ही मेरा आर्ट का बहुत शौक था और मार्बल की मूर्तियाँ हमको हमेशा अट्रैक्ट करती थी कि उनको कैसे मार्बल हमेशा इतना चमकदार रहता है, कैसे उसकी ब्यूटी है, क्या है। शुरू से मेरा बचपन से ही ये था कि मुझे मार्बल की मूर्तियों पर सनातन धर्म से जुड़े हुए कुछ कार्य करने हैं, धार्मिक हों जो। धीरे धीरे मेरा कामयाबियाँ बहुत मिली मुझे हैंडीक्राफ्ट के वर्क में। Spittle. Yeah. Okay, like this. Okay. Thank you. धीरे से मैं आर्कोलॉजिकल सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया के साथ जुड़ी, जिन्होंने ताजमहल पे काम किया और गवर्नमेंट बॉडी है इंडिया की, और ताजमहल का पीलापन दूर किया। तो वो मेरे अंदर बहुत था कि क्या इस तरह से हम अपने जो विग्रह पुराने होते जा रहे हैं, क्यों ना इस प्रोसीजर को हम अपने सनातन धर्म के साथ लेके आएँ और अपने आगे आने वाली जनरेशन के लिए इनको प्रिजर्व करके रखें, उनको भी हम बहुत कुछ सिखाएं, क्योंकि हमारा हर विग्रह कुछ ना कुछ प्रतीक है। किसी भी चीज़ का, शक्ति का है, भक्ति का है। हनुमान जी हमारे डेडिकेशन, भक्ति के प्रतीक हैं। तो हमें नेक्स्ट जनरेशन के लिए एक धरोहर के रूप में उनको संभाल कर रखना है। लास्ट फ्यू ईयर्स से मुझे अमेरिका के कुछ मंदिरों में कार्य करने का भी सौभाग्य मिला और सक्सेसफुली वो काम हुआ भी। लेकिन थोड़ा सा दुखद अनुभव हमारा ये रहा कि हमारी जो मूर्तियां हैं, हम उनकी प्राण प्रतिष्ठा करते हैं, बहुत भावनाओं के साथ हम उनको मंदिर में लेके आते हैं, पूजा अर्चना भक्ति प्रीस्ट सब कुछ होता है, लेकिन समय रहते वो हमारे विग्रह पुराने होते जाते हैं और शायद हम ध्यान नहीं दे पाते हैं, जिसके कारण वो क्षतिग्रस्त होते हैं। मैं मुख्यतः मार्बल की ही मूर्तियों पर वर्क करती हूँ या ब्लैक स्टोन पर वर्क करती हूँ। तो मार्बल की मूर्तियों पर जो भी हम पूजा से जुड़ी हुई चीज़ें हैं, हल्दी है, चंदन है, ये सब जो कुछ लगाते हैं, वो मैं ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं कह रही हूँ कि हमें नहीं लगाना चाहिए, लेकिन उसको लगाने के बाद हमें किस तरह से साफ करना चाहिए कि हमारा विग्रह जो है वो पूर्ववत रहे। उसके लिए हमें जानना पड़ेगा मार्बल क्या है, किन चीज़ों से वो खराब होता है। तो मार्बल जो हमारे दिमाग में है कि एक स्टोन है, मार्बल एक बहुत सॉफ्ट मेटामॉर्फिक रॉक है। जो भी हमारा फ्लोर स्टोन होता है, उस पर हम पानी ऑयल कुछ भी गिरता है उसको बहुत ईजिली अपर लेयर से साफ कर देते हैं, बट मार्बल में पानी की लेयर भी जो है अंदर एब्जॉर्व होती है। हम ऑयल अप्लाई करते हैं, हम चंदन लगाते हैं, वो कहीं ना कहीं हमारे मार्बल, हमारे विग्रह को क्षतिग्रस्त करता है। इसलिए बहुत ज़रूरी होता है कि 5 से 10 वर्षों के बीच में हम एक बार अपनी मूर्तियों के ऊपर काम करें और उनका ब्यूटिफिकेशन करें, और सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट पार्ट है उसका क्लीनिंग, कि हम उसको कैसे उन विग्रह को संभाल के रखें, कैसे उन विग्रहों को हम सुरक्षित रखें, क्योंकि विग्रह सनातन धर्म में बहुत प्रमुख स्थान रखता है। हम कभी भी ये नहीं कहते हैं कि हम मंदिर में राम जी की मूर्ति के दर्शन के लिए जाते हैं। हम हमेशा कहते हैं हम राम लला के दर्शन करने जा रहे हैं, हम हनुमान जी के दर्शन करने जा रहे हैं। तो हम समझ सकते हैं अपनी भावनाओं, अपनी संस्कृति को, कि हम मूर्तियां हमारे लिए कितनी महत्वपूर्ण हैं। तो मैं ये बताना चाहूँगी आगे कि हम इस रेस्टोरेशन वर्क को कैसे करते हैं। सबसे पहले हमें देखना पड़ता है कि हमारी मूर्ति इतनी पीली क्यों हो रही है, ग्रे कलर में क्यों आ रही है, जगह जगह से मूर्ति के अंदर जैसे पिगमेंटेशन होता है, मार्बल क्यों टूटा हुआ दिख रहा है, उसका रीज़न जानना होता है। जब हमको पता लग जाता है कि क्या रीज़न है, अकॉर्डिंगली कुछ केमिकल्स जो मार्बल के फैमिलियर हैं उसको अप्लाई किया जाता है। हर केमिकल मार्बल के साथ फैमिलियर नहीं है। तो फर्स्ट प्रोसीजर हमारा ये होता है कि हम उसकी ड्राई क्लीनिंग करते हैं मूर्ति की। लाइक जो भी ऑर्नामेंट्स पहनाने के लिए हम लोग ग्लू यूज़ करते हैं, जब उसको हटाया जाता है तो मार्बल अंदर से काला हो चुका होता है या ग्रे कलर का हो गया है। तो वो ड्राई क्लीनिंग में नेल्स हैं। बहुत सी जगह टेम्पल्स में हमने देखा कि के ऊपर मेहंदी लगा दी गई है। मकराना का मार्बल इज सो एक्सपेंसिव, उस मूर्ति के ऊपर, तोशी माँ की मूर्ति पर पूरी मेहंदी लगी हुई है। मेहंदी तो हम ही लोग के हाथ से बहुत दिन बाद छूटती है, फिर मार्बल तो सब कुछ अपने अंदर ले लेता है। हनुमान जी के पैरों में सिंदूर इतनी रहता है कि उनकी उंगलियां ही नहीं दिखती हैं, केवल सिंदूर दिखता है। तो इन चीज़ों को क्लीन करने के लिए हमें फर्स्ट उनका ड्राई क्लीन करना पड़ता है। देन उनका क्लीनिंग प्रोसीजर आता है वेट क्लीनिंग, जो हम लोग वेट टिश्यूज यूएस में यूज़ करते हैं, ल्यूक वार्म वाटर यूज़ करते हैं, हैंड टॉवल्स को यूज़ करते हैं मार्बल पर, वो सब गलत है। उसको नहीं यूज़ करना चाहिए, बल्कि सूखे कपड़े से भी हम उसको पोंछ सकते हैं। और उसके बाद जो मूर्तियों में बहुत ग्रीसिंग हो चुकी है, उनके लिए हम लोग फुलर अर्थ पैक यूज़ करते हैं, उसको मूर्ति पर लगाते हैं। वो सब कुछ अपने अंदर एब्जॉर्व कर लेता है और आफ्टर 2 to 3 days जब हम उसको रिमूव करते हैं तो मार्बल हमारा पुराने रूप में आ जाता है। देन उसका ब्यूटिफिकेशन वर्क होता है, कलरिंग होती है मार्बल की, वही भाव मूर्ति पर लाए जाते हैं जिस भाव में हमारा पहले विग्रह था। लास्ट वर्क होता है उसमें कलर लॉक, नेत्रों में और भगवान के होंठों पर लॉक लगा दिया जाता है कि जब भी हमारे प्रीस्ट उन मूर्तियों को दोबारा साफ करने का प्रयास करें तो वो अपने उसी रूप में रहें, वो खराब ना हो। तो रेस्टोरेशन इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, इज नॉट दिस इज preserving heritage and reviving faith. तो मैं चाहूँगी सब मंदिर से जुड़े हुए लोग हमारे साथ हैं, तो हमारे विग्रहों को ऐसे ही सुरक्षित रखा जाए और उसके लिए हम क्या कर सकते हैं उसका प्रयास जरूर करें। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं धन्यवाद देती हूँ तेजल दीदी को, जिन्होंने मुझे यहाँ आने का अवसर प्रदान किया, और आप सबको कि आपने हमको सुना, तो उसके लिए मेरा हार्दिक दिल से धन्यवाद है। जय श्री राम, हर हर महादेव, धन्यवाद, थैंक यू।
We have time for question answers. My apologies for sounding little loud.
And please make sure to keep it to questions only. You can relay your comments to the panelists after the session.
So also the preference will be given to someone who has never got a chance to ask a question. So unless if there are no other people asking a question.
Namaste ji, I have a question for you. So do you have any people that you who can come to the temple and do this Murti restoration?
The marble murti ka restoration.
Marble Murti ka restoration. Oh, okay. Oh, you do yourself. Okay. So we can contact you for if you need. Okay. Thank you.
नमस्ते। कितने समय में कार्य पूरा होता है एक मूर्ति के लिए?
पाटन
एक विग्रह के लिए कितना समय?
ये उसकी स्थिति को देख के बताया जाता है कि वो कितना क्षतिग्रस्त हुआ है, उसमें क्या प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, लेकिन मिनिमम 3 to 4 days एक विग्रह में लग जाता है कंप्लीट होने में, 4 to 5 feet।
धन्यवाद।
I'll come after.
Thank you.
Namaste. My question is to both Prem to Himani ji. As we know, our Hindus arts have been promoted in this country in many which ways: dance, music, etc., painting. Has there been any attempt on your part, or do you see any opportunity to do sthapatya kala, carving, in marble, in granite, in wood, that can be promoted? Can a school can teach or something on those lines?
So I also make lots of documentaries on the side. I have interviewed a couple of Sthapatis and Shilpis in Tamil Nadu. I came to know that this is almost dying. This art of the people who know the agamas are very rare. And around the 1950s, 60s, Sri Ganapati Sthapati was the one who revived it, collected whatever agamas was available and institutionalized it. He created a Gurukul near Mahabalipuram. So that institution now has been taken over by the government. They are doing it, training people who are interested to become Sthapatis and Shilpis. I have documented a couple of people who have done at least 120 to 150 temples. So this is something that I want people to know before they enter the space, what has gone into making this. Oh, here. Yeah, so I am in the industry of filmmaking. For me, I create the knowledge, share from wherever it is to where it needs to go. The initiative has to happen out of who watch these videos. Madam.
Same question was? हाँ, इसको सिखाया जा सकता है इंडियन कम्युनिटी जैसे, और हम हिंदी, संस्कृत और क्लासेस लेते हैं तो हम ट्रेन कर सकते हैं। वैसे जब भी हम रेस्टोरेशन वर्क करते हैं, उसके बाद जो हमारे प्रीस्ट हैं या टेम्पल में जो भी केयर टेकर्स हैं, उनको बहुत अच्छे से समझाते हैं कि आगे हम इसको खराब ना होने दें। लेकिन फिर भी कोई इंटरेस्टेड होता है तो नवंबर टू अप्रैल हम यूएस में रहते हैं, हम इसके क्लासेस ले सकते हैं। Yeah, definitely I can. Thank you.
नमस्ते मैडम जी, हम केटी ह्यूस्टन टेम्पल से आ रहे हैं. सो माय क्वेश्चन इज, आप सिर्फ मार्बल को करते हैं या ब्लैक स्टोन्स को भी करते हैं? एंड इफ मार्बल सिर्फ कलर रेस्टोर करते हैं या कुछ यू नो देयर इज अ क्रैक इन द विग्रह और पीठ, वो भी करते हैं?
थैंक यू मैम. मार्बल के साथ साथ हम ब्लैक स्टोन पर भी वर्क करते हैं, और जो भी आप बोल रहे हैं जैसे थोड़ा सा क्षतिग्रस्त हो जाता है, कहीं से कुछ टूट जाता है, दिस इज द मेन रेस्टोरेशन. तो उसको भी हम करते हैं, क्योंकि हमारे घर में भी अगर हमारे बुजुर्ग लाचार हो गए हैं, चल नहीं पाते हैं, तो हम उनको घर के बाहर नहीं निकाल सकते हैं.
नहीं.
हमें उनकी केयर करनी है, उनको अपने साथ सुरक्षित रखना है.
वेरी गुड, थैंक यू मैम,
Thank
थैंक यू,
you.
बिकॉज वी विल अप्रोच यू वेरी सून. थैंक यू.
थैंक यू.
Can you also display the contact information for Shivani ji on the slide? No, before him, she has. Okay.
I have a question for Prem ji. In Dayton, there is a temple where Rajgopuram was built by Shilpis from India 40 years ago. And after a few years, with the Ohio winter weather, the Gopuram has sustained wears and tears. And an American Trisco construction company was hired, and they restored it very nicely. It lasted for 2 or 3 years, and then everybody started having problem, and it was covered under warranty, and they kept their word and maintained it. Now the warranty has expired, and last winter it was very severe in Ohio, and a lot of damage is done. And that company is saying they have exhausted all their resources and all the expertise that they have, and they cannot do it anymore, because they've tried different things like aqua flash, installing metal inside and changing the outside things with wood. And so my question to you is, are there any resources in America who would be able to look at our Rajgopuram and advise in terms of repairs of the Rajgopuram? Thank you.
I do not know of any resources in the US. Whoever temples I have spoken to, they have always gotten the team from India, because they use traditional material and that lasts for longer time. So, sorry, I can't help with resources here. But people, other temples in the US whom I have spoken to, they have always brought the team from India to do that. So I would suggest that, because traditional material, like how they use the lime and the nutmeg and the whole paste that is made, lasts for longer. Yeah, we'll connect. Yes, sure. Yes.
Very useful information you both have shared. My question is, you said the information on ancient architecture about the vigrahas in the temple. But here in the modern time, in the Sanatana Dharma temples, we have so many vigrahas to accommodate. So is there any specific guidelines for the vigrahas? And second question is these yantras. Can they be installed outside in open? Because we have seen some, in India also we have seen some yantras, Sri Yantra and the other yantras installed outside as a garden or something. So is it authentic?
So the agamas are classified into Shaiva agamas, Vaishnava agamas, Shakta agamas. So we cannot generalize things like that. It has to be looked at which temple are you talking about. In the US, when I first came 4 years back, it was shocking to see how in some temples, they are all placed in one hall. The lack of resources maybe, or out of devotion, they just started, keeping each deity. The experts are here, they know it's not how it is done. But out of devotion, when you want it like that, it's okay. Because Bhakti Marga allows anything. But when it comes to agamas, then there are rules. I'm sure they relax it for your benefit. because you have come so far from our Matrubhumi. They want to provide everything that's possible here. So there are allowances that are given. So there are no strict rules per se, but there are still rules. They know that. So yantras are not usually kept out in the open. They have to be enclosed. They have to be enshrined. There has to be a kalasha on top. There is kumbhabhishekam has to be done. Then the yantra has to be placed. The ashtabandhana has to be done. It's a whole system by itself. You cannot have it separate. It's like, can I remove the chip from this and can I still work with the phone? It doesn't. So similarly, a temple is a whole system by itself. If a stamba is kept, then there are so many rules. You have to do the Ratha Yatra, so many other rules are there. The moment you put up a stamba, it's not a fancy that temple did it, I also want to do it. If you're going to do it, there are so many other rituals that you need to do day to day and yearly ones. So it's tough to just answer in general that way.
Himani ji, namaste. You are doing vigor restoration, but on your booth you are saying restoring idols. Why is the word idol? It's a negative connotation.
She'll change it.
Any other questions? All right.
Yeah.
Thank you to both of the speakers today.
Just one request to all the temple conveners and people who are involved with the temples. Today, the world is going towards a place where everybody is on reels watching. Madam saying how people see the reels and then come to the temple. So instead of visitors doing it, it's the people who are running the temple should make these things and put it out. I can help. I can come train 4 or 5 of the people who are associated or involved in your temple, because if you are not there, then you are missing out on the people who need to reach out. So I can come either in person or online. I can train people who can do this on a day-to-day basis. Weekly one reel, something related to the temple, reel or a video, I can help you make. But if you want a documentary made, of course, we are there. I request that this is a place where you need to be there. Don't expect people to come there. You need to catch them where they're in the border. People are hesitant to either come into this fold or not come into this fold. And that's the place where we need to catch them and bring them in. Tell them in a way, the packaging is important. Tell them in a way that they will be drawn to this place. Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt. There is one question, and I think it was a very important question while you were getting down. Very quickly, because this is a very important question.
Namaste ji. If the vigraha or the murti gets khandit in per our Sanatan Dharma, we wouldn't reuse it. What do you do in that situation? That's her question.
खंडित मूर्ति, ये तो हम शब्द नहीं प्रयोग करते हैं ज्यादा कि क्षतिग्रस्त हम बोलते हैं. हाँ, अगर कोई उनका अंग टूट गया है, अलग हो गया है, वो एक अलग हुआ कि वो जो भी हमारे प्रीस्ट कहेंगे, जो हमारे धर्म के अनुसार करा जाएगा, वो एक अलग है. लेकिन कहीं कहीं पर अगर थोड़ा सा कुछ, जैसे कहते हैं, चोट लग जाती है, वो पार्ट जो है रेस्टोरेशन में आ जाता है. लेकिन एकदम अलग हो चुका है अगर अंग, तो वो जैसा हमारा धर्म कहेगा, जैसे हमारा प्रीस्ट कहेंगे, हम वही करेंगे. दैट इज नॉट रेस्टोरेशन. थैंक यू.
Can we get another big round of applause for the panelists of this previous session? Now we will transition into session 5, how to work with temple management and devotees to keep good relations. Priests play a vital role beyond rituals. They act as bridges between temple management and devotees. This session explores how their collaboration fosters trust, harmony, and a strong, engaging community, ensuring temples remain vital of faith and service. I would like to invite the moderator for this session, Sri Nagarajan Ji. Before I introduce him formally, I would like to reiterate a few housekeeping rules. Please make sure that throughout the duration of this event, your phone and other digital devices are silent or switched off. We also want to make sure that everyone is quiet during the rest of the sessions so we can pay full attention to the panelists. The moderator for session 5 is Sri Nagarajan Ji. Nagarajan Ji has served Sri Ganesh Temple, Nashville since its inception and has been active with HMEC and HMPC for over a decade. For 2 decades, he has been integral to CHTNA, including over 3 years as chairman, guiding and networking temples across North America on mandir management. Please welcome Sri Nagarajan Ji.
Namaste, everyone. This session is part of Hindu Mandir Priest Conference, HMPC. In this session, we are going to invite several Pandit priests to the podium and then get their opinion, their recommendations. So regarding an important topic that is very critical to Hindu temples. Temple, mandir, what is it actually? So there are so much going on. From a general public point of view, if you look at it, it's only the religious services. Behind the scenes, actually, even though it's very evident, people don't see that happening. There is a lot of activities that are happening. Like there are festivals throughout the year. Every month there are at least 1 or 2 festivals, and especially during the September, October, November timeframe, lots of festivals. It's a festival season. Lots of special events are happening, event handling. That is very important. Devotee management, coming in, the flow and everything. Plus, like the kitchen, the associated inventory, the donations, asset management, legal aspects also, like a visa, performing visa, and taking care of the 503C corporation, non-profit religious organization. Those kind of things are happening in the mandir. The important aspect that we see is the religious aspect. Speaking of religious aspect, the priest play a big role. Those are the forefront with the devotees, directly interacting with them. The role of priest is very, very important. For them, they have to interact with the devotees. They have to be aligned with the co-priests. They have to interact with the temple management. From the temple management point of view, it may be something different, because they not only look into the religious aspect, but also the other aspects that I mentioned. So, but at the same time, from the priest point of view, it is not only the religious aspect, but also they have to align with the other things that were told to them as well. So with that, this topic is about relationship between the priests and the devotees, relationship with the priest, with the temple management, and also the co-priest. So this is an important topic. With that, I will invite the panelists. The first one is Sri Subhadracharyalu Srinivasula. He has served he has been serving in Aurora Sri Venkateswara Temple in Greater Chicago for over 30 years. He is trained in Vaikanasa Adama Pradishtapana in Tirumala. He has performed numerous Kumbhabhishekams across USA, and he has received multiple awards for recognizing for his Hindu service. He also briefly served as a priest in Melbourne, Australia as well. I welcome Sri Subhadracharyalu. Next one, Sri Rajendra Joshi ji. Pandit Rajendra Joshi ji has served as a priest since 1981 with 14 years of Vedic education, specializing in Shukla Yajurveda. He has been the chief priest in the Hindu temple of Kentucky in Louisville for over 27 years, earning the community respect and multiple awards. I need to say that he has been the proud recipient of HMEC Archaka Bhushana Award in 2024. I welcome Joshi ji. The next one is Nagendra Prasad Sankramanchai, also known as Sharma ji. He is born in a priest family with 13 plus generations of priests, and he has been the priest since age 9. He studied in Venkateswara Vedic School in Tirupati. He was a priest in Sri Venkateswara Temple, Aurora, Chicago for a few years since 1994. He was also the head priest in Sri Datta Temple, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I welcome Sharma ji. Next one, Sri Srinivasa Sharma Adarsupalli. He is from Atlanta, Georgia. He is a priest in Hindu Temple of Atlanta, Riverdale, Georgia. He is the head priest since 2001. He completed Krishna Yajurveda and Abhastambhya Starvana Prayogam for 10 years. He was a Veda Pandit in Kanchi Kamakoti Sita Rama Anjaneyalu Temple in Hyderabad. Also, he served in Sri Vallabha Ganapati Temple in Flushing, New York. He has been in Atlanta for over 25 years. I welcome Sri Srinivasa Sharma ji. Now, let's start the session. So, good. The topic is the relationship between the priest and the temple management, the devotees, and the co-priest. With that, so please, please, let's go ahead and start it. Just ready.
Slides, please. Harihi Om. Paimordhavundravajhan Makutam Sunasam Mandasmitam Makarakunda Charugandam Bimbadaram Bahuladirgha Krupakotacham Sri Venkatesham Mapuratmani Sannisatta. Om Namo Venkateshaya. Ideas to be presented with the trustees, communication with the religious committee and volunteers, talking with the devotees. The monthly meetings stays are important for upcoming events and pujas in the temple. Communicating with the religious committee and volunteers for daily pujas and monthly activities will help them be well prepared for these events. Keeping good relations with the devotee help the priest in providing good services. Monthly meetings with the trustees help them understand upcoming events and gives them time to prepare for the programs such as the Brahmotsavam, Diwali, and more activities. Frequent communication with the religious committee and volunteers is more important for pujas and events. It allows any temple to happen in a smooth and orderly fashion. Their help is very necessary for the majority of our larger events, and we could not them without their assistance. Maintain good relations with the devotees helps improve the temple atmosphere and their respective perspective on the gods when they pray at the temple. And also monthly meetings with the chairman and trustees help them buy necessary items for the temple events and plan ahead for functions that help run the temple methodically. Maintaining communication with the religious committee and volunteers is useful for temple arrangements such as like garlands and pujas and maintain by always giving good or praying to the gods. They will be able to feel at peace at the temple. They will respect the priests and will feel respected themselves. They will also be grateful for being well informed about the various pujas and major events that happen at the temple. With my experience working as a chief priest for more than 30 years in a larger temple of 14 priests and having performed Kumbhabhishekams across the USA in all of my years, my suggestion is that meetings with trustees and communication with the religious committee, volunteers, and devotees is very important to the maintenance of the temple and for major events to go accordingly. Dharma protect Dharma, Dharma protect you. Manava Seve, Madhava Seve. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Thank you, Subhacharyalu. Now, Joshi, please.
वन्दे मुकुन्दमरविन्ददलायताक्षम् कुन्देन्दुशङ्खदशनं शिशुगोपवेशम् इन्द्रादिदेव गणवन्दित पादपीठम्. My antakaran pranam to my dear, and my pranam to all of you. That's Krishna, my pranam. My pranam to all dearest, all Purohita Archaka, Vibhushana, Dharma Vibhushana. My thank you to HMEC, priest, management, devotee, and one side. This is a triangle. One shloka. Govindam pratigruhnati. Govindaya dada. Dvabhyam Govindaya namona. My perspective. In this triangle, my Govind is my management. First management. In management word is itself giving the definition of management. Manage me, self. First self-management. If I manage myself, I'm managing everything surrounding. So first, even Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna also explained about this. I respect to our management and puja committees and our all board are present. So through them, whatever they are providing, rules and regulations with happily, priests are following and priests should follow. A, B, priest, C, devotee. Devotee is coming, they don't know anything sometime in the coming then temple. So priest is there. Management is not there. Seeing them, welcoming them, offering necessary according to their best requests, and happily, priest is giving blessings. Sometime is not happening. That time, self-management is really helpful. If that self-management is not helpful, then main management coming and help us. Relationship between devotees and management. Working with co-worker also actually. My pranam again you this opportunity again not to Krishna.
Sharmaji, please.
ఓం శ్రీమాత్రే నమః. అంబికానాథ నిధన హరిబ్రహ్మేంద్ర సేవిత రూప నామరూప వివర్జిత. I want to explain about experience with my temple. I was a priest, generations together. I studied in Vedic school. I want to give service bottom of my heart. So how I can do that? My father teaching me how to do that. So our own temple in India. After I got opportunity to come to this temple. Bhadracharya also there. So Aurora temple. And also after that, Ganapati Swami temple in Baton Rouge. What I know what to do in the temple. I can teach. So we decided to come. Somehow God brought me to Dallas area. So paid off. We sold that house. We started our Lalitapetam temple with our own money. Then I want to do service to the people. So that's what we did a pran pratishtha of Lalita Devi in Plano, one small suit. From that day onwards, tremendous support from people. I'm the one founder. I'm the one priest. I'm the one cleaner. Everything I'm doing. That's the reason there is no names on wall in our temple. Everybody is servant. If you like it, you do it. This is our temple. Even though you don't do it at home, please do in the temple. Because of this is our dharma. We have to keep that one here. So for that reason, we started there. Then everybody, there is no names. Everybody doing very good seva. And also, people has to just a suggestion only, take it positively. We have to maintain timings. Because of timing is very, very problem I can see. I'm going there, they're not ready. They're coming late. So we want to keep adjustment. And also, without service of volunteers, none of temple can run. Look at this temple and Hanuman temple, all temples, only the committee is there. They can make decisions. And also, volunteer is very, very important. And also, dharma is very important. Learn how to do. And also, sometimes committee and also priest have to have very good understand what to do, how to do service to the. Sometimes we are also, these people, the temple is good, that temple is good. Maybe this people not good. Maybe he knows very good language in South India, North India. Bottom of your heart, once priest, blessings to you, everything going to be all right. Bhagavan, very, very, very. Mantra dhinam to devatam, Shastra says, Bhagavan says, if you chant a mantra, I will be there. So, for everyone, we have to have understand, including committee members and board members and also volunteers with priest. Priest also, wonderful, wonderful the knowledge they have. They have come from India. So we selected very good priests, and priests also doing very good seva in all the temples. All the temples done very well. I'm so happy to be here. And also, I want to do more and more like this. And also, everybody has to understand the situations, and we have to do. Earlier, we heard about how to clean the vigrahas. Because as priest, very, very careful. People are asking, how long will I take? You're taking so much time. See, sometimes we have to be very careful. Sometimes even we cut the nails also when we are doing to the God service. So we have our problems, but we want to take care of very well those vigrahas. So happy to be here. And also all scholars are here. I think more and more I want to be, part of this this kind of the meetings. And also I'm very happy. Loka samasta sukino bhavantu. Aishman Bhava, Lalita Parambika, Anugraha Prasada Siddhastu, Ambika Nadanidana, Hari Brahmendra Sevita, Narayani Nadarupa, Namarupa Varjita, Aishman Bhava.
So thank you, Sharmaji. Now, I would like to invite Srinivasa Sharmaji from Atlanta. Angapu. Since he is very quite comfortable in talking in Telugu, our Sri Murali Bhattarji has opted to do the translation. Thank you.
Om Sadguru Padaravindaభ్యాం Namaha Vagardha Viva Sambrukto Vagardha Pradipattaye Jagadah Pitarau Vande Parvati Parameshwarau Veda Shivo Shivo Vedaha Vedadhyayi Sadashivaha Tasmat Sarva Prayatnena Vedameva Sada Japet. Namaskaram to everyone. Namaste everyone. I'm going to speak in Telugu, my language. My name is Srinivas Sharma. I'm in Atlanta, Hindu Temple of Atlanta, Vedic priest. I'm working in 27 years in the USA. భక్తునికి మరియు భగవంతునికి మధ్య నిజమైన వారధిగా ఉండే అర్చక వృత్తి.
So a priest is the bridge between devotee and God.
మన సమాజంలో అత్యంత గౌరవమైనది బాధ్యతాయుతమైనదిగా నేను భావిస్తాను.
So priesthood is a very respectful, respected by the whole community.
సంపూర్ణ భక్తితో భక్తుల శ్రేయస్సు మరియు ప్రగతి కోసం సేవ చేసే
with a good intention and good heart, praying to God for the well-being of all devotees.
ఈ వృత్తిలోకి నన్ను నడిపించిన నా గురువులకి మరియు తల్లిదండ్రులకి నేను శిరస్సు వంచి నమస్కరిస్తున్నాను.
I bow to my parents who introduced me to in this profession.
భక్తి మరియు సేవలే నా దైనందిన జీవితంలో నన్ను నడిపిస్తున్న ప్రేరణ.
My devotion and Shraddha is taking me into this, running with my life.
భక్తులు మరియు ఆలయ యాజమాన్యంతో నిరంతరం అనుసంధానమై ఉండటానికి ఇవి నాకు తోడ్పడతాయి.
So these two things are helping me to keep very good relationship between temple management and also devotees.
మరియు ఆశయాలను గౌరవించడం ద్వారా
I respect, due to respecting of all devotees' wishes and their devotion.
వైదిక పూజా విధానాలను సరైన మార్గంలో చూపించడం చాలా ముఖ్యం.
So it's very important to guide the devotees in a proper Vedic marga or way.
ఇది వారు చేసే పూజపై పూర్తిగా దృష్టి పెట్టడానికి
Yeah, continue.
చేసుకోవడానికి ఉంది.
So this will help me and also help the devotees for their wishes to become a true.
సహోద్యోగులతో గౌరవంతో వ్యవహరించడం అనేది యుఎస్ఏలో కొత్త ఆలయ వాతావరణానికి అలవాటు పడడానికి నాకు ఎంతగానో సహాయపడింది.
So the tradition of equality in the work is making me in the US temples is made me very good to learn this new kind of, because back home in India, you know, you're a chief priest, you are an assistant priest, you are a pachaka, like that. But here in America, from different traditions, that helped me to adjust this in America.
మనందరం ఏమిటో తెలుసుకోవడానికి, ప్రగతి కోసం వాటిని ఎలా ఉపయోగించవచ్చో తెలుసుకోవడానికి నాకే మొదటి అడుగు.
So this is the first I learned from the temples.
ఉన్నప్పుడు నేను చేయగలిగాను.
You know, we could make progress in all the programs for the community in the temple.
అతరుద్ర, మహారుద్ర అండ్ శ్రీయాగం కార్యక్రమాల ద్వారా అనేక గొప్ప మంది పండితులను ఒక చోట చేర్చగలిగాము.
So a lot of pandits from all over India for the Atirudra Mahayaga and Sri Yagam to take a part in that yagam.
ఈ కార్యక్రమాల ద్వారా ప్రతి ఒక్కరూ భగవంతుని ఆశీస్సులు పొందగలిగారు.
So due to all these presence and devotees
మీ అందరి ఆశీస్సులతో సాంస్కృతిక మరియు పరిరక్షణ మరియు సమాజానికి మా వంతు తోడ్పాటు సాగించడానికి మేము ఆసక్తిగా ఎదురు చూస్తున్నాము.
So with all your help and devotion and respect towards the priest, you know, we can do more for the temple in future.
లోకా సమస్త సుఖినో భవంతు. ఓం శాంతి శాంతి.
Thank you, Srinivasa Sharmaji. Let me just summarize some of the key points that were discussed here. For any major events and also any events that are coming up, we have to give proper time to do the planning. And very important for any relationship in committee, management, everyone, including devotees, and do with good intention, knowing what the role is for the priest. So once we do that, automatically everything will line up properly. Give proper information to the devotees in advance. Key to a good relationship. Give respect to the management because they have different perspective of what is happening in the temple than from the priest point of view. So that is an important thing actually. And always give devotees confidence that everything will be good. That is the important thing because these days actually there are lots of mental and health, you know, like behavioral issues are there in the society. It is very critical and establishing confidence. That is one of the good ones. And the timing, Any timing to the program, there can be some adjustments because it's a human part. So there's going to be adjust, understand, and make them realize also about that. Feel confident, make them feel confident. Uh, and one important thing, no matter what the seniority and other things, all priests are equal. Have that kind of a feeling. So with that, with the proper planning, communication, and respect, everything will be good. Excellent points. Thank you all very much. Let's go on to the question and answer, please.
Yeah. So the preference will be given to those who never got a chance to ask, and if we have time, then we'll give it to you.
I think she's associated with the temple, so we'll.
Yeah, but please don't mind.
Wonderful to hear our priests telling the really what they should do and what others should do. Now, my simple question is, apart from karma kand, puja, bhakti, arti, all types of things, whatever you have summarized, in America, the role of priests, pandits, pujaris should also, I am saying should also include safety and security feature. There are big problems happening all in our mandirs. Here, there, everywhere, like vandalism, breakage, theft, and a number of times, like hundis are there. Our ornaments may be artificial or gold or this thing. So I suggest, I recommend, I request that our priests should play a very important role as if they are doing the Havan. Havan means fire, right? In California, fire is a big problem, but priests don't have. Number two, our priests should be requested that whatever they utter mantras, they should be slow. It can be heard, understood, and explained in the local language of English. Otherwise, it is very difficult. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense.
My vandanams to all the acharyas over there. We too run a temple. We manage a temple in KT Houston. I know you all you all got trained for more than 12 years in India, right? And then went to the Vedic school from the age of 7, as soon as your Upanayana has done. And then you leave the family and then you all be there and then you forget everything, then you involve in praying and learning all the mantras, slokas with all the rituals, right? But currently what is the situation, what we are facing in USA is, I don't want to, hurt anyone, but the software, the software people or any other, apart from you, who knows a little bit like
Ma'am, can you
maybe
come to the
family?
question?
Yeah,
Can
yeah.
you come to the question?
Yes, yes. There's a question. So check. Yeah. So they come here and then they already have their jobs, okay? But they are performing the pujas in, they are going for Guru Pravesha, Satyanarayana Vratam and everything. Yeah, that's the question. So how you are going to, as a Hindu Empowerment Council, how you see learned person doing the samskaras is more better than because they live on that also, and how it is like you people are going to tackle the other persons who are not trained as these people are trained and going and performing as so no mantras and then they do the puja. So my question to the Hindu Council is how softly we are going to manage this issue and protecting the priests also.
We are just talking about not Guru Pravesham, you are asking like a priest. See, in our Shastra, Dharma, Karmana, Jayate, Sutra, but we are training in and some other stuff. But some of them, they are learning from their forefathers or somebody else. They know little bit mantras, they can do that also. But you choose the priest from the temple, they're well trained. You're not choosing the outside priest, you know them long time onwards, then you can choose it. Because they're also learned priests. We are not criticizing any outside priests also. They're also learning good and they're doing. See, in software also, you do only one job, you get peace of mind. You do one day 4 jobs, no peace of mind. Same thing in our priests also. In outside priests, they do 4 pujas in one day, but we are doing only 2 pujas. That's the difference.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, I have one more question. Saptapadi in our Sanatan Dharma, Saptapadi is a very powerful message to the young married couple. If one couple, one of the spouses is Hindu, and they will definitely come to temple to seek the blessings of the god or goddess. Now, priest will chant in Sanskrit. How you will convey to the other community who is non-Hindu and non-Indian to have the Saptapadi in that language? Do you have some program on that?
Yes. My answer is, during wedding, not only Saptapadi, each step is very, very important for their life. Now, the time comes very important. So they want to get it in 1 hour. So each part is very, very important for their life. That's what I'm explaining. So maybe both are Hindus or not. Every marriage, I'm going to sit with their parents in the temple. I'm going to talk to them first. I'm going to explain what they're doing. So they have to read the meaning of that one from Google. Then they're going to have questions and answers. Maybe more than 1 hour, I'm going to talk to them. Let them understand what it's supposed to do. Why we need to do all these steps. So we're going to explain. They will comfortably, they can do that. This kind of conversation, once we don't have any problem, and they can understand better. They know what to do. They're not embarrassing to do something else. Yes, sir. Thank you. Sir, language comes second, comes first Sanskrit, because we have to chant that mantra. We know that meaning of that mantra. We have time, I can explain. No problem. Each step we can explain. That's very, very important. Once we have time, we can explain everything. That's the reason that during wedding time, we don't have much time to do all the steps, because we cannot read one page and you are a wife and husband. We have to do lots of vidhi. By heart, we have to chant so many mantras. So that's the reason I'm going to call them earlier. I'm going to sit with them. I'm going to give clarification of what they're doing. Thank you, sir.
On that note, I just want to add one thing. This is an excellent explanation. These days, with even younger generation, when they are coming in for long puja, they are just sitting there working on their cell phone. Just physically they are present, but mentally they are not. So in order to make them involved with what is happening, they need to know what is really happening. All they see is doing some chanting, doing this, that, something like that. They don't know what's really happening. Even our first generation itself, some of us don't know what's happening. So in order for that to avoid or to get them involved, what we need to do is before any puja, we need to just give a short 5 minutes or few minutes of introduction, the different steps, what is going to happen, so that they can expect that and then see, they can relate to it, and then they can mentally be present also. Thank you.
So my question is, what will be one advice you would like to give, each of you, to the management to improve the temple operation?
Temple organization. For management, who is coming on that post should be most religious. And if not, he or she should ask Purohita and understand the points for other religious activity and other surrounding operation of the temple. Because who are the learned at the post of the priest, at the Purohita Archaka from the long time, they have lot of good experience, even bad experience also. If they come, they talk to them first, they learn or they share, they are also talk, and then after discussion, very nicely, best smile face priest is making everything possible for management, for devotee, and for divine. My 3D today I'm giving as a gift to HMEC, this platform, not for you, for myself. I learn in this stage, in this platform. Atman. D, D, D. Management, discipline. Priest, dedication. Devotee, devotion. 3D, let's move circle 3 around 1, 2. On 3 of them, 3D is working in devotee, also follow the discipline, devotion, dedication, management, devotion, dedication, and dedication. All 3D, let's move around, and in center, let's our divine will be there and taking care of all 3D. May God bless all of you. Hari Om. Dhanyavad. Is it?
I have a question. Sir. My name is Srinivas, and I've been in Dallas, Irving area for quite some time. And during the younger generations, I've attended so many events in being in Dallas, in so many places, public and private events. And many places, the priest, there is an invite for the priest, and the priest will be coming and trying to wait for the puja to start, or all the guests or the host to be there. The host to be there. My question around that is, and the priest comes with a pre-schedule. The reason is they are big for many pujas and things like that. And now there has been a constant delay, and the priests are in a constant hurry, right, to get the puja done so that they can get to the next schedule and all that, because the management is booking and many priests for many pujas. Now, my question to the priests is how the priests are addressing the situation with the management, trying to resolve so that the events at the host place can be done in a more reasonable and more traditional manner rather than trying to be hurry. And what are the priests advised to work with the management? What are the various things that they can do in the management to support the priests along with in doing the traditional puja in a traditional way in the ample time that it has to take? Because some of the events it has to take 3 hours. It has to take 3 hours. If we try to shortcut, then we are missing something. That's what I'm trying to see, how the priests advise the managements to work these situations like this when the pujas are being done.
Did you get the question? It is overscheduling of pujas sometimes by the management, and so the devotees feel that it is being rushed. Their pujas at their place, they feel it is rushed. Maybe the priests are not doing it, but they feel. So they are asking, what are the priests doing? What are they telling to the management? Lesson puja or something like that. That's the question.
Yeah, the first thing the temple management wants to book the priest, give such a time for him, no rush anything. They have any major events in the temple, they tell to the devotees, you will come different timings. But they're not giving any different timing. He rushed to come to the temple, then puja is going, very rush. Not only that, the priest has to travel the places and do the puja and packing again, and then come back to the temple. It will take time. That's what devotees and the priests. The situation and also understanding, more important. And also I can recommend RSP, regularity, sincerity, punctuality. This is more important for the devotee and our priest also. Thank you.
Yeah, just 1 minute. If there is any more puja scheduled in the temple, each temple nowadays there are several priests in the temple. And also if overlapped, there is always room to ask other priest to conduct that one if he doesn't have a time. So that's what we follow in our temple. Sometimes it happens. When it happens, there is other priests will get a chance to do that puja and do it proper way, not in shortcut. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we conclude the session with a sloka. Thanks, everyone. Just a minute, please. Yeah.
ॐ यो वैतां ब्रह्मणो वेद अमृतेन ऋतां पुरीं तस्मै ब्रह्मज ब्रह्मज आयुकीर्तिं प्रजां ददुः भागधेयेनैवेनं प्रणयति ब्राह्मण आर्षेयबुद्धरेत् ब्राह्मणो वै सर्वा देवताः सर्वाभिरेवैनं देवताभिरुद्धरति यावतीर्वै देवतास्ताः सर्वा वेदविदि ब्राह्मणे वदन्ति तस्मात् ब्राह्मणेभ्यो वेदविद्यो दिवे दिवे नमस्कुर्यान्न श्रीलङ्केर्तयेतेत येव देवता प्रीणाति सह न भवतु सह नो भुनक्तु सह वीर्यङ्करवावहै तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ॐ
Thanks, everyone.
Wow. What a truly, is this on? What an amazing panel discussion. Now, let us start with session 6, the next generation leaders of Dharm. Bridging generations. This session celebrates the next generation of Dharm leaders, visionaries who bridge generations, honor timeless traditions, and inspire youth to carry forward our spiritual legacy with passion and purpose. We would like to invite the moderator for this session, Sri Sajive G. Jagannathan, President of the Hindu Society of Minnesota, leading one of North America's largest Hindu temples on an 80-acre campus. He works with government agencies to elevate Hindu voices, strengthen temple safety, and shape public policy. Co-founder of the India Chamber of Commerce, he is a 40 under 40 honoree and Mr. South Asia 2025. Let's give him a round of applause as he enters the stage.
Hari Om. Let's hear it. Hari Om. That's too short. Let's try once more. Hari Om. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It is my honor to moderate this upcoming session for next generation leaders of Dharma, bridging generations. I'm going to move the mic down just a little bit. Now, our tradition teaches us that Dharma is timeless, Sanatana, yet its expression must evolve with each era. Our traditions have been preserved, our parents and our mentors have nurtured it, and now we are looking at the next generation to carry it forward with strength and clarity. Bridging generations is not about replacing one with another, but it's about continuity. Weaving the wisdom of our elders with the creativity and energy of our youth. Only then, and only then, can Dharma remain living, relevant, and resilient in the world we inhabit today. So this afternoon, you're going to hear from a list of panelists who embody the balance, rooted in tradition, yet forward-looking, committed to ensuring that Dharma is not only preserved, but also allowed to flourish for generations to come. Now, in the interest of time, I'm going to call all the panelists up front first, and then I will introduce them all one by one as they speak. So let's please welcome on stage Smita Priya Amrish, Shri Chirag Lal, Shri Akhil Manda, Shri Anil Sankaramachi, Shri Krunal Patel, If you can all come up on stage, please. Also, Sri Rasraj Das, I'm sorry. All right, our first panelist here, Priya Amresh. Priya Amresh has served as Hindu chaplain at Duke University since 2020, guiding students and staff in Sanatana Dharma. A lifelong learner of Hindu scriptures, she has 25 years as a Balavihar Sevak and teacher, supporting founding Suvarnamukha Samskrita Dharma in Bengaluru, and helps students form spiritual connections and practice rituals. Please welcome Priya Amresh.
Hari Om. Hari Om. Swasti prajabhya paripalayantam nyayena margena mahima mahisha go brahmanabhya shubhamastu nityam loka samasti sakunu bhavantu. May the rulers of the earth protect the well-being of the people with justice by means of the right path. May there always be good fortune for all living beings. May all the inhabitants of the world be full of happiness. Today, the topic I'd like to share with you is about being a Hindu host. Our communities are growing, the student populations are growing, yet there's a slight disconnect in our communities coming together with the younger generation. Matru Devo Bhava, Pitru Devo Bhava, Acharya Devo Bhava, Atiti Devo Bhava. Mother is God, father is God, teacher is God, but be one for whom a guest is God. This is where I bring to you an opportunity to be a host. Hosting a Hindu student is a direct and modern application of the revered guest-host relationship embedded in Sanatana Dharma. Not only are you providing hospitality and compassion for students, but also you strengthen the family's spiritual life-giving, giving families a chance to embody one of the most fundamental Hindu values. As a Hindu chaplain at Duke University, I've come to realize many students that come to this new culture, new society, have a sense of isolation. They're a little disconnected coming to this new home of theirs. So how do we make them comfortable? Last year at Duke, we initiated a program called the Hindu Family Host Program. We had about 50 families of the Hindu Society of North Carolina sign up to be a Hindu family host. And we had more than 50 students who showed interest to want to be hosted by a family. As you see in this slide, we hope that our students receive hospitality versus hostility when they come to this culture. We want them to experience inclusivity versus feeling vulnerability. We want them to feel nationality for both the country of origin, as well as where they're coming to, as opposed to a disconnectivity of either culture. We want them to feel dependability rather than insecurity. And we want them to feel a sense of unity and not polarity. This is what we as hosts can provide for those students who come from abroad or who are living away from their homes. Quicker? Thank you. This slide indicates the increase in the number of students that are studying abroad nowadays coming from India. The United States remains a popular destination with a significant increase in Hindu students coming from India. By 2022, India had become the top country of origin for international students in the United States, surpassing China, a 23% increase from the previous year. And Indian students contribute more than $7.6 billion to the US economy in student tuitions. These students come for higher education. They come to expand their knowledge in their fields of study, but they also come because they're excited about this new culture. They want to experience something new, yet hold on to the values of where they come from. So an idea of being a host to these young students who may be vulnerable, who have certain expectations, and then come here with a little sense of shock when they're not feeling at home or at ease. So over time, as our student population from India grows, over time, as our students are moving away from their homes and coming into new communities, the population grows. Along with that comes the problems, tragedies, calamities. Where are they arising from? It can be anything from a sense of social isolation, it could be academic pressure, it could be financial strain, it could be mental health. All of these calamities create more and more increase in our Hindu students falling prey to difficult situations. But if they have somebody to turn to, somebody to help support them, they may not feel such strain in their experiences away from home. You can go to the next slide. So I propose to you and to your communities to initiate a Hindu host family system wherein families in the community, in your temples, can sign up to be a Hindu host and to make yourself available to students, that open up your homes, invite them, give them a call, just be a point of contact that they can reach out to in any times of distress. They may or may not need you depending on the type of person they are. Most people, students coming from India, are pretty bold or pretty adventurous. They are here flying all the way across the world to try something new. But yet when they come here, they may be facing something that they were not expecting. So maybe they reach out to the temple, they reach out to some community members who can connect them with a family who would like to host them. Hindu families can definitely provide hospitality. That's what we're all about. Our culture is embedded in the sense of hospitality. You go to anybody's home in our community and we're welcomed with smiles, greetings. It's just always a feeling of comfort when we can continue to provide that sense of hospitality in our communities, especially for those who come from far away and live away from their homes. Hindu families can provide a sense of inclusivity, taking those students to their local mandirs, including them in celebration of festivals, making them feel at home, giving them a homemade meal, all of these things, giving them a sense of inclusivity and belongingness. Hindu families can provide that sense of nationality. Maybe these families have been here for several years in the country. They have got familiar with the social norms here and can help them acclimate better to the American culture. And then finally, Hindu families can provide that sense of dependability to reach out and call them whenever they need. And most importantly, Hindu families can provide a sense of unity. We come from different parts of India, and then we're in America where there's even more diversity. Can we feel that sense of unity in spite of all that diversity? So I invite you and your communities to initiate and establish a Hindu family host program and be that hospitable person that you are as Sanatana Dharmis, and continue to invoke the prayers of Atiti Devo Bhava. Let your guests be like your God. Namaste.
Thank you, Priya. And I would like to say that the work of a chaplain is critical. And I've had several conversations with the US Air Force and the White House and National Guard about the need for chaplains for service members who are Hindu but don't have a place to pray. So whatever work you're doing with chaplains at Duke University goes a long way. So I hope you continue that work. Thank you very much again. All right, coming up next is Sri Shurag Lal. Shurag Lal is an Hindu Students Council alumnus and graduate of the University of Texas at Austin, currently working as a senior business analyst in the Salesforce ecosystem. Alongside his professional career, he is passionate about advancing Hindu causes and strengthening community identity in the Western world. Shurag focuses on empowering Hindu youth through cultural engagement, leadership opportunities, and initiatives that build confidence and resilience. His vision is for Hindus to thrive in modern society while proudly carrying forward the values and traditions of Sanatana Dharma.
Greetings, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Awesome, awesome. Okay, so today I'm going to be talking about Sharir Sadhana, reviving Hindu physical culture before we lose our youth. I want to open with gratitude to HMEC, VHPA, all our elders, and everyone here. I want to frame how important this topic is. Okay. I want to open with how important this topic is because we risk losing an entire generation of Hindus if we don't act right now on this particular topic. Now, Sharir Sadhana is not just exercise, but it's body, mind, and spirit, and good food, right? We want our temples to become engines of identity, resilience, and pride, not just for rituals. So let's talk about the crisis at hand, right? There's a big Hindu youth disconnect. 1 in 6 Hindu youth meaningfully engage with temples. That is a shockingly low and embarrassingly low number. Hindu students report 3 times more bullying than any of their peers. 70% feel temples lack recreational facilities. 60% say temple food is unhealthy. 80% want their temples to offer more health and wellness for their youth. Now, let's talk about US national data. Compared to the national US youth sports data, over 50% of US teens are tied to community sports leagues and community facilities. Hindu temples are the one outlier. We need to do better. Our kids are not lazy. They're underserved. Other faiths fill the gap, and we must too. Next slide. I also want to take this time to address some rising violence and rising hate crimes that are happening to the Hindu community and specifically our youth. Just recently in Dallas, 2 minutes from where I live, a beheading happened within a Hindu family. A Hindu child saw his parents and his father get attacked and killed. In Frisco, there was a stabbing of a Hindu student in broad daylight at school. Temple vandalism, hate crimes across North America, they're all going up. Violence compounds disconnection, right? Without physical confidence, youth feel unsafe, silent, and invisible. Now let's tie this all back to Dharma. Strength is not aggression, it's a dignity. Without strength, even Dharma is vulnerable. Next slide. So the good news is, it wasn't always this way. Sharir Sadhana in history, the Gurukul way. Now the Gurukul, as you all know, used to be a full ecosystem, academics, martial training, yoga, meditation, nutrition. We had wrestling for stamina, yoga for focus, archery, meditation, and we had nutrition baked into our scripture. Dairy products, pulses, seasonal fruits, vegetables, nuts. Food was training. Our food was whole and it wasn't processed. Without discipline of body and mind, Dharma cannot stand. Gurukul food overlaps modern sports nutrition, proteins, fats, complex carbs, long before the nutrition science wave that came in. Next slide. Now, how did we lose this? What happened, right? So in ancient India, there's an integration of physical and spiritual education. Post-Mughal era, there was a lost patronage of the yakaras and the gurukuls, right? Colonial schools cut physical culture even more in the 19th century. Now in the 20th century, we had urbanization, phone screens, laptop screens, all good for raising the economic status of India and South Asia as a whole. But what did that do? That destroyed our physical culture even more. Today, we have almost no temple programs, right? A massive disconnect between our elders and our youth. And what's happening? We have the lowest temple attendance rates for youth in the entire country. Next slide. Now, I'm not just here, to highlight a problem and then just walk away. I want to tell you guys there's a solution, right? We need to highlight the 4 pillars of Sharir Sadhana, right? Body, which is strength, stamina, agility. Mind, which increases your courage, your focus, your mental discipline. And spirit, your cultural pride, dharmic values, and self-respect. And finally, nutrition. Modern principles combined with age-old food habits to create physical fuel and mental clarity. Bhagavad Gita in action, one attains excellence, right? It's in our scriptures, it's in our books. Next slide. Now, I want to highlight some modern success stories from other religions, right? You go to the Ismaili Muslim churches around Dallas, around the country, they have over 5 to 7K youth attend annually. We struggle to even get 20 youth in this room, right? They have an international scale. They have national games, state games, international games. They have so much infrastructure because their money is not being poured into new statues, new prayer halls, new things that the youth don't really need, but they're being poured into social and recreational programs that they actually want and need. You could see the Christian churches. They have youth sports leagues, the Malayali Christian churches, 500 to 1,000 per church, retention through activity. The Sikh, another dharmic brother of ours, right? The Sikh, they already have a youth program. They're a younger religion than we are. They have 40 to 55% of their youth engaged. That creates a cultural glue. Now, we can go on to the next slide. One more thing I want to highlight for all the parents here and everyone else is that we also have a food crisis, whether you want to hear it or not. 80% of Hindu youth are protein deficient. 65% of Hindu youth have stunted growth in India, not here. 70% have low energy. And these are stats that I've pulled around and I've pulled from National Archives as well. What's the impact of that? Poor stamina, delayed development, weakness. Gurukuls didn't have that. Gurukuls had dairy, pulses, sprouts, sattvic balance. We need to combine our ancient principles with modern day nutrition, modern day science, and find a middle ground, and we can be great again. Next slide. So here's my call to action to finalize and end my presentation. We need to establish some physical programs, right? We need temple gyms, yoga studios, martial arts, sports days. Not one of these, not 2 of these, all of these. It needs to be comprehensive. It needs to be all there, integrated together. We need to mobilize leaders. We need to recruit parents, right? We need to recruit alumni, dharmic coaches, whether we need to bring them from India or here, doesn't matter. We need gurus, right? We need to integrate our dharmic principles with all this as well, right? Money isn't the problem. We have so much money. We have millions, right? We spend it on so many cool things, plaques, statues, bigger temple spaces, more garba spaces. I love garba, right? We need to focus some of these funds on things the youth will use or will lose our youth. If not us, who? If not now, when? Hinduism will not die from outside attacks. It will die and fade if our youth remain weak and stunted. Let's change that today and research and put it into action. Thank you.
Thank you, Shurg. I think those are some very hard-hitting and important points. I can absolutely attest to what he talked about in terms of physical education and training. As an example, our temple, this year we launched our own athletics program, and month over month, we've seen a 27% increase in youth involvement. We've had everything from cricket to pickleball to tennis to chess. So he's right. I sincerely hope other temple administrators here start listening to that idea. All right, coming up next, we have Shri Ankil Manda. Ankil Manda was raised in Dallas, Texas his whole life. Despite attending the Chinmaya mission weekly growing up, he had considered himself to be a staunch atheist growing up. However, he discovered the beauty of Sanatana Dharma in his later years, and now he combines his desire for social justice and passion for Dharma to educate his peers on Hindu Dharma. Today, he has developed a combined following of over 18,000 on TikTok, Instagram, and Twitter under the handle Sammy Vada. So please welcome Ankil Manda.
Namaskaram. So my name is Akhil Manda. I go by Sammy Vada. This is your key to follow me. But you know, what I've done on my growth in social media was just a lack of information online. And this is back in 2021. This is just past the COVID years. I was seeing a ton of misinformation. I think 2020 and 2021, you saw a hub of disinformation from nefarious groups attacking Hindu Dharma. So just on trying to reconcile my identity and what my beliefs were, I got into Sanatana Dharma and started making content about it. It struck a nerve and I amassed the following. So that's just who I am. But, so what does Hindu social media look like? These are 3 great accounts that I thought would kind of shows the spectrum of what Hindu social media does. You know, this is how the youth today, whether they're teenagers in high school to college and even post-college, you know, a lot of us live busy lives. We don't have time to attend mandir on a regular basis. So our connection with our scripture, our sastras, and our bhakti to Bhagavan and our sense of community, it comes from social media and 3 reels. The first one you see here is Shan Binda. Shan Binda is Guyanese Hindu, moved to Toronto. His father owned a big temple. He was one of the first communities to establish the Hindu community up in Toronto. And so in this video right here, he is explaining, I wish I could play them for you, but he's explaining what is the easiest access that one can have towards Hindu Dharma. So Upanishads, Vedam, what is a Purana, what is Itihas, what do these scriptures mean? How can an average Hindu who knows very little about the religion access bhakti? The second one is Hindu Grandmother, one of my favorite accounts. And here she's explaining Onam and what Onam means and Vamana Avatar and Mahabali and the whole story behind that and what Tiruvonam is all about. And then this last one's actually me, where you saw a Tamil Catholic trying to refute Hinduism by saying that it's defeatist. And I had a refutation video on what he was saying and the hypocrisy of his argument. So these are 3 spectrums. You have someone explaining Hinduism on how to access it for the average person. Things like Onam, which I think a lot of Hindus might not even know about Onam and like its significance in Malayali culture. And then you have refutations, rebuttals, that engaging in that debate in Hinduism. So why does social media matter? So visibility of Dharma in the digital world is extremely important. Again, a lot of Hindus grow up and they go to the temple and they're used to this blind ritualistic culture without knowing the tattva, the philosophy behind what we believe. Advaita Vedanta or Dvaita Vedanta or Tattvavada, what do these things mean? And so these social media accounts have a really good way of accessing the youth who might not otherwise believe these things. I mean, this is the reason why I became atheist myself, is because I wasn't really aware of the philosophy of our spirituality. Engaging with younger generations. So this is also really important because I think when you're young and your parents are following a certain thing, we have a very rebellious attitude. Oh, I don't want to follow what my parents follow. So how are we able to access the tools that young people have, which is social media, which is Instagram? That's how they meet their friends, and utilize that to make Hinduism a core part of their identity. Breaking cultural and linguistic barriers. This is very passionate for me because while we consider ourselves the Hindu community, we are largely have these divisions. that colonialization very much tried to break us even further on, whether it is language, different regions of India, our different sects, Vaishnava, Shaiva, Shakteya. All of these things can set or separate us. Oh, we have different traditions in the south. We have different traditions in the north. We have Tirupati in the south, right? And then you have like Varanasi in the north. So we have to recognize that there is a continuity to it all. So using social media, right? Everybody comes from different backgrounds. You know, in my community, we have people from Kerala, we have people from the Caribbean, we have people from Kashmir, we have Kashmiri Pandits in our group chats, and we all have our different experiences and our connection to the Sanatan Dharma. We break those linguistic and cultural barriers that would otherwise separate us. And that's the great part of being part of the diaspora, is that we all get to congregate together in one land here. And sharing knowledge and resources. So then what is the conception of Bhagavan in Hinduism? What is Brahman? What is Atma? What is the relationship with these two things? And these are really deep ideas that many Hindu youth have no idea about. They very much have this cartoonish idea that, oh, we just worship a god in the sky, just like every other religion. So really getting into the nuance of that philosophy. This is an idea of what mandirs should do. This is Kalachandji's here in Dallas. One of my friends, Sakhi, she runs this account. And so, again, ISKCON has done a very good job of utilizing social media and accessing the youth really well. Next slide. So why do mandirs need to engage in social media? Mandir visibility in the digital world. So again, I think someone brought that up earlier, which is, how are we able to advertise ourselves into the youth? A really good question that people who operate mandirs need to recognize is generations down the line, when we have a new youth that are now in getting older, who is going to sponsor temples? Who is going to run these temples when they eventually become dilapidated? Who's going to restore them? We have to engage in the youth. So mandir visibility in the digital world brings a new generation in to participate in cultural events here. Community building, which goes along the lines with that. Publicizing different events that I saw even in the Ekta Mandir here, right? There's different events that are going on every day. Most people, I think, in the Hindu community in Dallas might not even know these things are going on. Social media is a great way to advertise these events for people to come and participate, rather than just being a word of mouth. Connection with theology. Again, this goes back to our philosophy of this. You know, when people come to Mandir, and I've come here when it was the only temple in Dallas. My parents have been here since the 90s. And so we used to make that drive from Plano to Irving, before George Bush. And so, when we come here, I have so many memories here, but none of those memories really involved me understanding philosophy here of Hinduism. We just went to the temple and we engaged in the ritualistic puja with the murti, and that was the end of it. So engaging that, and I know there are classes here, but those classes can continue and that education can continue in the social media space. And then keeping communities connected with the broader Hindu world. And so this is what's also important for me, is that there is a lot of politics going on, and having ourselves as a community, not only as a spiritual community, but also a political community. So again, very important to me. We just finish it off the next slide, and I'm almost done. So yeah, participation in the Global Hindu Network, which is coordination, cooperation, keeping up with the international community, which is not just here, but the mandirs in India, the mandirs in the UK, in Spain, in France, Germany, where they're all growing, in South Africa, and in the Caribbean, knowing what they're all up to. And even here in Dallas, we have a bunch of mandirs here that we could all work together for. Hindu phobia awareness, again, like there was a hate crime that took place this week. Being aware of this and recognizing how we can come to solutions, and developing a connection with large Hindu voices. Again, with those social media accounts that I discussed earlier, it would be great if we could have them as speakers here and have that broader and closer connection with the rest of the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Uncle. And I want to reiterate what he's doing here, because that's at a grassroots level, right? So he's speaking to kids in a language that they understand, in a format that they will be able to consume that information. So it's critical work, and I know so many kids who follow you, and thanks for the great work that you do. And so that's very important. So coming up next, I want to welcome Sri Anil Sankaramanchi. Anil Sankaramanchi is a filmmaker, writer, and cultural advocate, exploring intersections of tradition and modernity. Rooted in Hindu identity, he engages deeply with India's philosophical heritage while addressing contemporary shifts. His work bridges Vedic thought, storytelling, and community dialogue, reflecting a strong commitment to preserving and reinterpreting Hindu culture globally.
विश्वं तर्पणदृश्यमाननगरी तुल्यं निजान्तर्गतं पश्यन्नात्मनिमायया बहिरिवोद्भूतं यथा निद्रया यस्साक्षात् कुरुते प्रबोधसमये स्वात्मानमेवाद्वयं तस्मै श्रीगुरुमूर्तये नमः इदं श्रीदक्षिणामूर्तये सभाय नमः. For my Telugu speakers, sabako namaskaram. And if you're under the age of 30 and you grew up on the internet, sup chat. Now, if you look on the screen, you'll find all three things. There's also one typo on there. That was a joke, but we don't have time for that. All three of those quintessentially say the same thing. The English translation is salutations to the hall, but we're not Shakespearean and this isn't Victorian era, so we have to get with the times. We have not changed our Vedic principles, but the way they show up in an age of the internet has. And today I want to present to you a few use cases in how that happens. Next slide, please. For those of you that game a lot, this is Roblox, and we've rebuilt not only 3, but several temples in their original architecture, so there can be a remote darshan system for those who are not locally available to those temples. Please, please, please support this effort. This is done by kids. This is done by enthusiasts. These guys are like 20, 25 years old, reconstructing accurate reconstructions of temples. This is only one iteration of how technology is used to provide temples to people who might not physically be accessible to that. Another iteration, Mr. Premji, please, if you could add more workshops on adding like walkthroughs, tours, video processing for that, that would be wonderful. We're only one season away from rebuilding Hampi in VR, and imagine what kind of walkthrough that would be, right? Next slide, please. Another touch point, back in the ancient days, we had pravachanakartas, we had orators. That was a skill, that was a craft. And you had to be a scholar on top of an entertainer to be able to engage an audience accurately. We had great pravachanakartas, great orators who traveled away from their scholarship spaces to various rural areas. In modern day, they are being invited to temples, and that media is traveling faster than they ever can. And you just saw 2 examples of Sean Binda and the Hindu grandma that built their entire audience off of social media. The internet is not a small place, and it is the fastest way to make a new interpretation that's still accurate and true to scripture accessible and acceptable. Next slide, please. So this is where we want to see a lot more activity. From the youth section, what I've experienced is there is great care put into our medical camps. That are put into our blood drives, our food drives, and that helps the local community, which is wonderful. But ultimately, what the youth want is something that's catered to them. They want to see something like a career fair. How do we get into our college classes, right? SAT prep, which several mandirs are actually doing concurrently. I'd like to take it one step further. As an artist, I'd like to see some of the classical dancers. Please contact your temple and work with your local museums. You guys have kept a rich, ancient tradition of dance and art alive, the likes of which we will only study at the highest level of academia in America, and you are our living textbook. Please put on shows for your local city's museum, because that's exactly what we want to showcase. This is not a dead culture. Please allow us to volunteer in that manner. Please, I beg of you. Next slide, please. This is one of my deepest and closest sutras that I keep with me. Deho devalaya prokta. Your body is that of a temple. Sajivo devo sanatana. And the relationship between the individual jiva and God is eternal. This is also true in the local programming for every single mandir. No one body is built exactly the same. It has different shapes, different sizes, different colors. The group that shows up to your temple will have different needs. Administrators, listen to your youth leadership, please. Not all youth will be programmable the same way. Please talk to them and allow them the ability to vote upon the programs they need and want. Please, please, please. Next slide. Temple takeaways. We have great programming that we've held as long-held traditions. It is important to study scripture. It is important to memorize it. But there's always the touch point of what does that mean for us? Contextualize for the kids that live on the internet. We're an app-based culture. Please adjust accordingly. One of my favorite thought experiments to give little kids is, what does the internet look like? And sometimes they say, well, Anil, it is a bunch of, cell towers. It's a bunch of laptops, it's a bunch of cell phones. Okay, you might do well in the Vaisheshika Darshana system. I know some other guys that are like, oh, Anil, dude, I'm in college. CS, I know this. It's code, logic, nyaya. For those of you that are like, oh, no, it's simpler, binary, ones and zeros, you might do well in Sankhya. And for those of you that might be saying, Anil, the internet's there only because I'm there using it. Welcome to Vedanta, you're at Uttara Mimamsa, good job. These new ways of interpreting that are still entertaining enough for them to pick up are essential. We can't expect them to be at the upper level of where scripture and bhashya are. We have to get down to where they are and be able to explain it at that level, because if you can't explain it to a kid, you might not have it entirely. So at least give it a shot. It might be difficult, but it is a responsibility. Next. The resources I've provided in these slides are just examples of how we've used YouTube as a means of teaching this information. The first YouTube channel has been cited earlier in this convention. Bhajan Babies is simply, it's Coco Melon meets Bhajans. Like, it can't get simpler than that. And the art style is very, very appealing to kids. The colors are bright. Please put it on a 4K screen and let your kid just listen. The next two channels, the Sanskrit channel is for any one of the youth that wanted to understand the language by which they would be able to understand scripture, prakarana granthas, even the bhajans that they sing. If you just want to get a little bit deeper into the Vyakarana of it, Sanskrit channel is great for that. And the third channel I've provided is Project Shivoham, which is a compilation of video essays that talk about hot topics in Sanatana Dharma, as well as explanations of various different festivities, various different issues, various different stuff. So please check out the resources available on the internet. A lot of good work is being done. We also would love the support of these infrastructures. So temple administrators, priests, all across the country, please consider finding your love on the internet too. Thank you. Hari Om.
Thank you, Anil. And I think it's very, very cool that you're able to make those digital twins happen on Roblox. It's a great way to get Gen Z and Gen Alpha more involved. And after the panel, if you have questions about fundraising, I'm happy to have a conversation about how we can raise some funds for you. So we'll make that happen. All right. Coming up next, we have Shri Krunal Patel. Krunal Patel represents the Kaival Gyan Mandir in Chicago and its youth organization, Kaival Youth, which hosts annual shibers, weekly satsangs, and community events. Once a participant, he has now grown into a leader, now providing seva as co-director of Kaival Youth, guiding and inspiring the next generation in service and cultural engagement.
Namaste, Satguru Sahib. In yesterday's opening session, we heard from Sri Hiten Bhuttaji. He talked about 4 different types of mandirs, one of them being open mandirs and temporary mandirs. Satguru Youth Shibers are temporary mandirs for youths ages 8 through 35 from across the United States, Canada, and the UK. We can go to the slides. Yeah. Anyways, while we do that, we can continue. Our youth attendees come from various different states in the US, like I said, and Canada, and even the UK. I represent Kaival Gyan Mandir and Kaival Youth, which is a youth organization that was established because of our mandir in Chicago. Our mandir is part of something called Gyan Sampradaya, based out of Gujarat, India, and it is the only Sat Kaival mandir outside of India. While we have devotees spread across the different states and countries, these youth shibers serve as annual events where we are able to bring the mandir to the youth. in different cities across the US. The plant for shibirs, the seeds for these shibirs were planted at a mandir event. In 2012, two yuvatis, college-attending yuvatis, got together and had a conversation. One of the yuvatis was giving seva at mandir for more than 5 years. The other yuvati grew up in the outskirts of Baltimore where she did not have access to a mandir. Together, they had a thought, what if we bring together youth from all over the US and help them experience what we experience at Mandir through these youth shibir events. And what a lot of my fellow speakers, you can go to the next one. A lot of my fellow speakers earlier were talking about giving the youth the opportunity and having the temple management listen to the youth and what the youth need and want, which is exactly what our Puja Jagat Guruji and the Mandir trustees have been doing since the inception of Mandir. These two yuvatis brought this idea, presented it to our Puja Jagat Guruji and the Mandir trustees and donors, and they were supported completely. These shibirs were started and led, organized completely by young youth leaders. These two college-attending yuvatis got together with other college-attending kids, and together they planned our first ever youth shibir in Baltimore, and these are some pictures from that. Over the years, we can go to the next slide. Over the years, we adapted and grew by listening to our attendees. As the years go on, the interest and likes and the way we have to work with our attendees is also changing, especially for the young kids who now grow up using cell phones right from the beginning, which we did not grow up doing. So through these shibirs now, we provide a platform where we're able to mix cultural, spiritual, and religious activity, along with teaching vital life skills through workshops such as painting, cooking, construction wars, public speaking, along with excursions and sports, which was also something that my fellow speakers touched upon. Over time, these shibirs have become an annual highlight for a lot of the youth's summers. The other thing these shibirs provide is a platform to nurture leaders. Go to the next slide. Keval Youth, the organization, was established after our first youth shibir. Throughout these past 12, 13 years, the organization has done various projects and initiatives to help the youth understand our dharam by having podcasts which translate our prarthanas into English, along with daily or weekly satsangs. And during the shibir events themselves, attendees are given an opportunity to build their leadership skills. Myself as an example of this, you can see on the picture on the right side, I was an attendee in the first couple of years. Then in 2016, I became a satsang leader at shibir. At 2018, I became one of the coordinators helping to plan shibir. And in 2020, I became the Keval Youth co-director. Next. To conclude, these shibirs serve as hubs of energy, both mental and spiritual, where the attendees are able to then return to their daily lives with new skills and connections. And a lot of our youth were also inspired from Canada to provide the shibir experience to the other younger attendees who were not able to come from Canada to the US. So last year, they had their own version of shibir for one day, and they had a shibir organized in Toronto for the youth in Toronto and the neighboring areas. And with that, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to sharing my experience. Thank you, Satyavusan.
Thank you, Colonel. And I think I'd like to reiterate that if there are other temple administrators here, including myself, it would be beneficial to have a conversation with you about the successes of the youth program that we can incorporate in some of our temples. So thank you. All right, and our last but certainly not least, and again, my apologies for missing your name earlier, Sri Rasraj Das. Rasraj Das, aka Rishi Shinde, is a spiritual entrepreneur and founder of the Conscious Life Center. Since 1999, as part of ISKCON, he has inspired families and college students with Vedic Sanatan Dharma teachings and leads the Conscious Meals for All program, providing over 30,000 meals annually to those in need.
Hare Krishna. Mama Jnanatimirandhasya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshushoonmilitanena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. I was born in the darkness of ignorance, and my spiritual master opened my eyes with the torchlight of knowledge. I offer my obeisances to him. It's really difficult to take the stage after such an illustrious panel. Thank you so much for everything that you're doing. And I just wanted to share a little bit. Do we have the presentation? I was asked to speak about college programs. Just a little bit about ISKCON. We were, if you think about the 70s and the 60s, we were kind of thought of as the ugly duckling of the Hindu tradition, almost ostracized. And to some extent, we started everything in colleges, right? Sanatan was not just applicable to the Hindu or the Indian tradition, it was applicable to everyone just by the definition of the word. And hence, colleges have been very dear to ISKCON as such. So right now we have hundreds of Bhakti Yoga clubs across USA, thousands worldwide. We have youth leading the youth. It is not necessarily that there are senior people, the people that are inspired, some here on the panel, take to this particular situation, they understand and then move on. And they are guided by principles. The previous generation, I guess succession planning, you can call it, have inspired those same youth to take over and move on. To that extent, we have Bhaktivedanta Academy for Culture and Education called BASIS across the world, and Krishna House ashrams where people can come and study and explain. So let's move on to the next slide. So this is our Bhakti Yoga Club in UTD. Just a little bit. Next slide, please. It's one of the sessions that have been held. Keep going. I don't know whether you can play this and hear it, but let's see if we can. Can you just, no? No videos? Okay. All right, so I had a presentation of a video, something like what happens at a Bhakti Yoga Club, but anyways, we'll move on to the next stage. Next slide. Actually, let's stick on that slide for just 1 second. You'll see this is Kamala Gopi, and that's Giri on the left. And we have a few, that's Nitai in the back. And they are the ones who lead the programs here. She's doing a little bit of a kirtan, and there's several students that are following and having fun. So let's go to the next slide. So what we found works is what has been described in the scriptures. It's been there, all of us accept it. But we focus on it, yes. Kaler dosha nidherajan asti ek mahat guna. Kirtana deva krishnasya mukta sangha param brajet. Yes, that in the current age, the time and place that we think we need to simplify, yes, complex situations won't work, yes. And so to focus on the chanting of the holy names of the Lord, that's primarily the basis of everything that happens on the college campus. And that works with youth across the board. It's scriptural. Next slide. Yes, it is something that we follow every single day. So what youth are going to see when a new person comes in, someone from China, for example, right, or someone from Cambodia, they want to see this and they want to see us practice this, right? So it's not a temporary thing. They'll buy into something that they see that if you're promoting it, you better follow it, right? It has to mold one's character, and the character of the individual who's presenting it should also be in line. Next slide. It has to be backed by philosophy and a complete complete reasoning. It can't be blind following, blind faith. And the experience should be genuine. Yes, pratyaksha avagamam dharmam susukham kartum avyayam. It has to give an experience of bliss. Yes, and it cannot be superstitious, ritualistic, hypocritical, or limiting its reach only to a certain category of people. It can't be just for people from the Indian diaspora, for example, or from a certain religion, or from a certain color. Yes, and it has to be led by someone who's from a bona fide sampradaya. And when you have these factors together, we have seen things work. So with this, there is an engagement model. The youth come together, they engage themselves in kirtan, they engage themselves in, for example, we had them performing at the Dallas Museum of Arts. They did a wonderful kirtan there. There's a team that's working on an AI model for questions and answers based on philosophy. There is vedabase.io, which is also created by the youth, which has the entire Srimad Bhagavatam, the Bhagavad Gita, the Chaitanya Charitamrita, a few of the Upanishads. They're all present, and this is led by the youth forums. The youth also go and participate in farm activities. They go out, and the 30,000 meals we talked about, a good number of them are prepared and distributed by the youth. So they have an engagement that aligns with the philosophy. If that happens, I think we have a successful model. So I'm stop here. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Rasraj Ji. So I've been informed that there is no time for Q&A. Okay, well, thank you very much to all of our panelists this evening. Please give them a big round of applause again.
Yeah, if there are any questions, you can connect with any of the panelists that you want to talk to. But we have a slight change in our schedule right now. So as per the schedule, we were going to take a break, but we will delay the break by like 5 to 6 minutes. First, we would like to invite all the panelists here for the next parallel sessions. And we will not have any discussion, only one of the panelists, Dr. Priya, moderator, sorry. Yeah, so Dr. Priyaji, she would like to come and she will talk about the parallel sessions for 5 minutes. Priyaji.
Namaste bhaiyon aur behnon. Sadar pranam from Indiana. My name is Priya Menon, and I'm here today to highlight a problem that has plagued us for many years. Thank you. I'm going to connect directly with what the speakers before me, Akhil Manda, Chirag Lal, and all our young adults have been telling us over and over again. The huge disconnect between us and them. We are all aware of it. But it has been easy for us to brush aside this uncomfortable, uneasy feeling. As Swami Swatmananda ji said, we are heirs to a Sanatan tradition. It is our duty to safeguard it, but also our duty to pass on this legacy, handing the baton of an ancient wisdom of non-human origin from generation to generation. How do we ensure that we responsibly send a uniform message, not just to our children, but to our grandchildren and to our great grands who will walk this earth when we are no longer there. At the Hindu Temple of Central Indiana, Hansa Dave and Kumar Dave, who are here in the audience today, started a program that is now 200 children strong with 20 plus teachers for the past 25 years. Here we met Mr. Bansal, who is running a program here at the Ekta Mandir that is 800 children strong. While monumental efforts are being made by many in this audience, the time has come to reflect what our message should be and how we should package it so that it can reach second and third generation Hindu Americans in a way that will capture their interest. Next slide, please. Oh, next slide, please. Today, we have temples that serve as centers of learning. There is a great variability in the curriculum from temple to temple, mostly taught by first generation Indians, resulting in this big communication gap between teachers and their Hindu American students. By high school, we have mostly lost them. Not everyone becomes a Shohini Sharkar or a Bhakti Mehta or a Sami Veda that we just heard about. Next slide, please. But despair not. Many great minds have been working for more than a decade to start a uniform curriculum with the aim of maximum reach to all kids across the length and breadth of North America. Next slide. We hope to go from a silo to cloud approach, from fragmented and disjointed to assimilated and streamlined, from confusing messages to one uniform script, bridging our generational gap and creating a common theme that resonates across this continent. Next slide, please. We want to provide accessible and affordable knowledge, parent or community-driven teaching that caters to our young adults. Ladies and gentlemen, please pledge your time and sign up for our breakout session that is happening upstairs. I particularly urge the youth that just spoke to join us so that we can form teams that can work on various segments of our agenda so that, next slide, please. In the next 45 minutes, we can work on a framework of thoughtful, integrated education that will last centuries after our time to create a vibrant population of second and third generation Hindu Americans intensely aware and proud of their roots. We want to create this uniform Hindu Dharma-based curriculum in a short 5 years, for years to come. Thank you. Please join us. Can you please tell us what the room of our breakout session will be?
So the room distribution for the parallel sessions is displayed here on the screen. So the youth track, now for any youth, they will go upstairs. So everything that you see track 7B, 7C and 7D is planned upstairs. There are rooms. 1, 2, 3 is one big room. That's where everybody who wants to listen about Bal Vihar network, education or curriculum, they can attend, go to room 1, 2 and 3. Priest track, where all the priests, they will go in room number 6, and youth track, room number 8. We're not allowed to use your chappals or shoes. So before you go upstairs, make sure you remove your shoes. Here, there are racks. Place them on the racks and then go upstairs. So before we break, Sohini ji would like to talk about youth track, like what she's going to cover.
Yes, we will show that. After this, we'll have a break, 15-20 minutes, and we will be talking in the general area also. This is just because the Bal Vihar and youth, we are asking people who are associated with that to be there. So if anybody is young at heart, but over 25, you cannot go to the youth session. That's what we are trying to politely say. But youth will be there in the workshop. And tomorrow morning also, they'll give you a 5-minute update of what came up in their workshop. So Sohini, the stage is yours. 5 more minutes to the tea. Thank you.
Namaste, everyone. Part of why I'm just giving these slides right now is because we don't have a projection upstairs. So we just wanted the youth and you all to also be able to see what we're going to be working on in the youth track. Next. So we're going to be doing a hackathon called the Next Gen Innovation and Design Hackathon, Imagining Tomorrow's Mandir. So the youth are going to be focusing on solving one problem that I'll tell you a little bit about. Next. So Next Gen, we're going to have this targeted on the youth because we want to think of what are the problems that they face today and how can the younger generation work on solving these issues. Next. This is going to be an innovation and design hackathon because we want innovation. So we want to think of revolutionary ideas. We just heard from one of our panelists talking about how they've been reconstructing Hindu mandirs inside a digital space so that young people can also have that option to try touring the mandir space in a digital place before they're going and visiting them in real life. But we want to think of groundbreaking ideas. In design is because we want people, the youth there, to be coming up with a physical, tangible product, like a design or some concepts that they can present to the group tomorrow. Next. A hackathon, if you haven't heard this term, it's a fast-paced problem-solving type of environment. Usually people are given 1 to 2 days or a week to solve a problem. We're just going to be given about 30 minutes to come up with some really cool revolutionary ideas. So it's going to be fast-paced, exciting, and multidisciplinary. So youth from all different areas are going to come together with their ideas. Next. And then the idea is imagining tomorrow's mandir. So it's not about eliminating the mandir, it's about keeping our heritage, our mandir culture and everything, but also thinking about how can we contribute to the mandirs today with new technology, new ideas, and kind of build upon our heritage and try to pull in some new exciting ideas for the future. Next. So the mission that the youth are going to be solving is to reimagine mandir for a new generation, creating innovation and practical designs that blend traditional heritage with the needs and technologies of the future. It's key to preserving our heritage, adapting to the modern needs, and integrating new technologies and innovation. Next. Next. So we're going to do a really quick timeline. The students are going to have about 30 minutes to come up with a plan. Then they're going to be presenting for 20 minutes or so and in different teams. And then you all will be able to see the results tomorrow of which team came up with like the coolest ideas, and they'll be presenting that in the morning right after breakfast. Next. And I just want to mention to you that this is brought to you by Hindu Students Council, which is a 501c3 nonprofit organization and movement for young people. We work on empowering young people to be proud of their heritage and just be ambassadors to the entire community about Hindu culture. So if you're interested in volunteering or contributing to HSC, please go to our website. You can also use the QR code or hindustudentscouncil.org. Thanks. And I will also mention to you, HSC is the proud child, 35-year-old child of VHPA. So, we're really happy to be here and organizing the youth portion of the conference. Yes, it's chai break now.
Now, I'm going to talk about what is coming up right after our chai break. So, one of the parallel tracks is about mandir management and the sustainability track. That is going to be moderated by our own Sri Sant Kubjaji. So there are going to be 3 panelists in that one. One is on the power of social media in the fundraising. power of social media and fundraising and community building. That is very critical actually. These days, we have so many projects in the temple, in the mandirs, we need fund, and how to raise the fund using social media, which we have not been using that much, underutilizing. Sri Prem KVG, he is going to talk about that. And next, on the same lines, how to raise funds for the temples, and also how to do the proper investment so that we can maintain and grow the asset management overall of the temple assets. So for that one, actually we have Sri Guru Sauleji. He is here. He is the financial expert. He is going to be there, and that session is going to be here. And also the third panelist is going to be Sri Tushar Barodji. He is going to talk about Unity Connect CRM. So that's going to be here. And then, yeah, rest of it, we have the priest channel that's going to be in room 6. Thank you. Dhanyavad.
Hello. So some of the rooms have changed, but follow the labels outside the rooms. Our team has put the latest labels outside the rooms, please.
So we have a break until 4:50 p.m. We need to go back to the respective rooms by 4:50 p.m. Yeah, so booth networking, please use this time for break as well as booth networking. There is no separate time for that.
Namaskar. Namaskar. The youth hackathon is only for youth. The youth hackathon is only for youth. Only youth is allowed to work on the youth hackathon. So only youth members, please go join for hackathon, youth hackathon that will take place upstairs. Dhanyavad. Only youth to go for the youth hackathon. One more time. Thank you. Namaste. Namaste.
I would like you to
Requesting Shri Upendra Shelarji to be come near the stage. Shri Upendra Shelarji. Our session will start in 5 minutes. Upendra Shelarji, can you get people inside? As a reminder, the next session is a parallel session. Since morning, we have had the plenary session, and thank you all for being very patient and giving your 100% being part of the sessions. We slowly request you to come back. There are 4 sessions now. There will be 4 tracks: Mandir Management and Sustainability. Then there is a Bal Vihar Network track. If you are associated with your Mandir's Bal Vihar or, kids program, kids dharma classes, you may want to be in that track, which will be a good thing so that we can harmonize everything. The 3rd track is the priest track. If anybody is interested to be part of that track also, if you're a temple executive and need some deeper insights, that would be a good track for you. And then the 4th one was the next gen youth track. That is strictly for the youth, and they are already in room 123. If you are a youth and you are part of this plenary session, parallel session, you're more than welcome to join. However, we request you to be part of the youth track, which is in those rooms. The time is 5:07. Upendraji, can you call everybody to come and be seated? 5:10, we will start the session. And I would request Sant Gupta ji. Sant Gupta ji. Yes, thank you. Yes. So the parallel session is going to start, and requesting everybody to come and be seated. If people are sitting in the back, if you don't mind coming and sitting in the front, I know some bags are there, that means it is occupied, but requesting everybody to come and sit.
That should be perfect. No problem. Okay. Yeah, okay. I can keep it here.
Thank you so much.
Okay, good. Thank you. Hello. Good evening. May I request everybody to come and take a seat? We are going to start now. My name is Sant Gupta. I've been associated with VHPA and HMEC for more than a decade, and it is my pleasure to welcome you for this parallel session. The title of this session is Mandir Management and Sustainability. Now, if you think about it, it's a very wide topic. When I came to this country 55 years ago, there were hardly any temple. Then the temple began to come. But over the years, the demographic has changed. And the management has to keep up with it to serve the community that they are expected to keep our dharma going. In today's world, if you think about it, There's so much change compared to 30, 40 years ago. Many temples have adapted and they have turned over their reins to young people. They are deploying the new technology, as you heard before, whether it is social media, whether it's AI, to attract the young people to sustain and maintain our temples. So today, in some temples, it's been more difficult than others have been. So we have three great panelists who will share with you their own experience as to how they are managing their temples and what they are doing to sustain them. So may I ask the panelists to come and take a seat here? So I'd like to believe we have here Mr. Prem, Mr. K.V. Prem, Garu Sohi, and Tushar. So I have one here, one is coming. Where is the third one? I do not have the bios. So I was thinking that they can talk about it themselves. That might be easiest.
And each of the speakers will get 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And there will be a question answer session, 15 minutes.
So that's okay. No, I don't. This is it. Okay, but you can say.
Please do take some time to introduce yourself as well.
I think they have your slides. Yeah. So I prefer that the speaker or the panelist talk about their own bio instead of me. So it'll be best if you do that yourself.
Inviting
Okay.
Guru Savle ji also on the stage. Guruji, you want to make sure you're, yeah. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Okay, so we have a full panel, and I look forward to their remarks. And then if we are on time, there might be some time for Q&A as well. Okay, so first speaker, please come. Tushar, you can come. Okay. This is Tushar Barot, please.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Every temple has a challenge. And what is the biggest challenge is the money management. So if you don't do proper management of money, temple cannot survive, correct? So here we are going to show you the resources, what we can provide you as Hindus for America. I'm one of the founder member. I run Hindus for America and Humanity International. I am also Vice President of Ame Gujarati Samaj of North Carolina. We have been, I think my slide should be up now here. So we are providing resources to the temple by CRM, temple CRM. What is CRM? Is customer relation management, where you can put different modules, training for your priest, training for your volunteers, and this package is made by Hindus for America. For everybody is free of charge. We are not charging anything to provide you. So after this presentation, I will provide you the QR code. You can register your temple, and then our engineers will contact you, present you and onboard you, so that your temple will get all the resources. So how this CRM is going to work? It works with all the temples, schools, trustees, and they will provide all management tools to the trustees, correct? Difficult to maintain records for many years. All temples does not have many records to maintain. So this will store your records. Then facility of events. If you have Diwali, Holi, Dashera, how are you going to put it? So that calendar can sync, Google calendar can sync with those events and automatically send email to everybody saying that this date, December, just book your day for here and 4 to 7 event is there. And then donation, if you have a birthday, marriage anniversary, or anything in the morning, you get an email, happy birthday, Mr. So-and-so. We wish for your health, wealth, and happiness. Today is your birthday. We wanted to wish, and we pray in front of your God. So then you put a donation link down below. Person will get happy because he is getting an email saying my birthday is there. If they have a marriage anniversary coming in, that email will pop up to them. So this is how he's going to manage your fund, and more people can donate because there is always people want to donate on their birthdays, anniversaries, kids' birthdays. Those are the things can be maintained here. Volunteers another challenge, is difficult to manage. All temples are having an issue with managing their volunteers. So this CRM will help you to manage the volunteers. You send the form, they will register themselves, and it will create an Excel sheet that how many volunteers you have for kitchen seva, how many volunteers you have for event management, how many volunteers you have to establish an event. So people can fill up the form and that form will generate it. You just put different events and then you can see the pop-up of that volunteer. Integration with third-party product like SMS, emails, or payment gateways. This CRM can be amalgamated what payment like donation link. Your payment gateway can be created and easily can sync in. Ongoing training and classes for the people who new volunteers comes, and then when the management trustees change, every 2 years or 3 years, every management is changing. That time you need training. This CRM will bring old data and then they can get trained. So you get uniformity. We see here disconnect, correct? Every year HMSC, we see people who are coming from the last year, their management is gone. So they never told that you need to register for HMSC and come next year. And then when we send them an email, they don't respond because earlier predecessor never told them. But this will tell them that these events are important. It should be marked on calendar, dates will come, and they will automatically register. So they will not miss a lot of things as a temple management also. Online CRM, SAS with essential features. So we can add more features to this also. Email and payment integration can be done. So we can do is like events, Sunday, school management, like you have a lot of schools are running the Bal Gopalam program. Schools, how they going to provide their tools to their teachers and principal and everybody. The school management can be done by these tools where you can put all the curriculum week-wise and give access to teachers. Teachers can take that school curriculum that this week I have to teach you this much, and they can take attendance, they can put in homework and everything. And then reports are very important, where we are going, what's the trend of the mandir. Last year how many people visited on Diwali occasion or Janmashtami. Last year 3,000 people. Now this year we are expecting 4,500. Are we ready for it? So those projection can be done, correct? And then temple audience, we will give you templates. Birthday templates will be there. You just use that template, integrate it, then email will go. Charities, if you are looking for some charities, the template will be there. Select the template and let it go. Community events, if you are doing any blood drive, anything which is community related, you are doing walkathon. A lot of people does a walkathon, but they don't know how to manage. Here, the community events will give you guidance that last year, this many donors were there, this many people were invited, this many t-shirts were printed, and that's how that's going. And then small community groups where you are focusing in. Key takeaway, contact Humanity Internationals, me or anybody for setting up charity CRM. First and receive inquiries will get a free access. The basic CRM is free for all. For this, we already customize and options available. If you want more customization, then our engineers can do and provide you all the resources. So are you not going to avail this CRM? Yes or no? Do you not find it very useful? If you are really temple management, you think all these crises comes to you when you are in the chairman or board and you see what to do. But here is we are providing one-stop solution and is being freed from Hindus for America and Humanity International. You should take it, correct? So everybody, I will give you the barcode individually and you can scan and you can register your temple. Our engineers will come and explain you, set up the time and date, and they will give presentation that how this CRM is going to amalgamate it, and then you can use it. Thank you for everybody's time.
Namaskaram. I'm going to talk about the power of videos in fundraising and community building for temples. Everybody has a story to tell. So this is how multinational companies work. They tell a story. They either talk about the founder or the inspiration behind it, or they take a consumer level and tell a story. This is how it is built. So this is what I followed as well. In the last 5 years, I have raised around $300,000 for a few temples in India. Just to tell you, first, I was very hesitant to come out myself. And one of my director mentor in Bombay, he told me that I have to put my face out. Because the first documentary series that I made, I just gave my voice. I was hesitant to come in front of the camera. So this is the story, these are the shots that he made. He said, you have to tell your story in 1.5 to 2 minutes. If that you can do, then you can become the front face where you can start raising funds for the temples. And you might have watched it initially, but I would like to play it again. Look at it
Born in
objectively.
the sacred land of Bharat, Prem KV's search for life's deeper truths took him from Kanyakumari to the Himalayas. After completing post-graduation in horticulture and briefly working as a scientist in Australia, he chose a life of sadhana and seva in an ashram for 15 years. For the last decade, he has worked in the film industry, commercial projects, even Bollywood, where he discovered the power of storytelling through video. His channel, with over 5 million views, shares the richness of culture, spirituality, and tradition. His flagship 14-episode series on Sadguru Sri Brahma has inspired thousands to connect with the works of Siddhas and yogis. Other series such as Himalayan Temples, Know Your Culture, and Tata Talks have encouraged many to travel, reconnect with their roots, and bring spiritual practices into their daily lives. Through these projects, he has helped raise over $300,000 for temples, and his calls to action have multiplied temple visitors more than 50-fold in just a few years. Amid growing pressures against dharma in politics, media, and education, Prem KV emphasizes living Sanatana Dharma every day through temples, culture, lifestyle, and sacred spaces at home. To further this work, he founded the Indigenous Cultures Revival Project in the US, supporting dharmic activities for the diaspora and temples here. He also conducts live and online workshops on the power of temples, rituals, and culture. For the last 4 years, he has been researching and documenting the life of Maharishi Agastya Muni. This much-awaited documentary series is expected to release later this year.
So as it says, I conduct workshops, I conduct tours, and never I have to advertise because the power of social media is such. I just have to make an announcement and people enroll. So this is exactly what I tell the temples. Many temples I interact with in India, first thing they say is, we don't have funds. And if funds are there, we don't have people. The community people, they come whenever there is a festivity, but after that they disappear because there is always some kind of projects happening in the temple. So how do we overcome this? Let me share 3 case studies from what I have done. The first is the Sadguru Sri Brahma series that we did. 120 years ago, there was this yogi who lived, and there were 72 temples and ashrams that were built, that were donated in his name. 100 years later, around 2019, 2018, when we went, there were only 14 left. What happened to the rest? You know. there are high-rise apartments standing there. So this will become the situation if we don't have people coming into a temple. So what we did is we started promoting those 14 temples and ashrams which were there. This happened over a period of 2 years where we started releasing videos about them. People started coming there initially for the Guru Pujas and other festivities that were happening. After 2 years, now we found that there are 50 times more people that they are involved, and 2 of the temples we rebuilt they had to demolish fully and then they rebuilt it using the funds that we generate. I just post the videos and I connect the audience directly to the temple. I don't take the money because it's too much logistics involved. So we managed to do that. And only when they told me, I came to know that this is the kind of money that we raised. And I was surprised because this was my first work that we did. That's when I realized that this is the kind of power we have, that if temples need to focus on their fundraising, social media is the way to go. And it can't be just like this, because what right now temples are doing is, if they need money, they'll go start to fundraise, meet the potential donors, talk to them that this is something coming up, this is the project coming up, please donate. This needs to change. You need to keep in touch with them even when there are no projects happening, even when there are no funds needed. So how can that happen? As I was talking in the earlier session, you need to put out at least weekly one video, something that is happening in the temple. The community needs to know what's happening. So many people were sharing about what all the outreach projects that you're doing. 30,000 people are being fed, so many things are happening, medical camps being conducted, but we never talk about those things. The good things that you're doing, if you're updating the community, when you have a project, then they will come and donate. That's the way it will work. Otherwise, only when projects are happening, you go and do it. Rest is happening silently. The good work needs to be highlighted more. See, in a world where social media is always focusing on the negativity and so much positive work you are doing, you need to promote that. And promotion doesn't involve any money. That's the best part. 20 years ago, if you need to run a 30-second ad in a TV, you need 1 lakh, 100,000 rupees for one 30-second slot. Now you can have your 1 hour for free. So you should make use of it. This is something that I was speaking earlier also. Each temple should have volunteers who can come together. I can train them. We have a team who can come and train you people how to create effective videos to tell a story that's happening in the temple, in the community. Case study 2 is a Grama Devata temple, Angala Parameshwari in Tamil Nadu. They didn't even have a temple. They had just established a Vigraha and they were wanting to raise funds. So we told a story of all the social activities that they're doing and not just a single video. We had to do a series of videos over just a month. And we raised more than $60,000 within 1.5 to 2 months. So the scale of what can be done, because I'm not a big influencer I'm just like 52,000 subscribers. But even with that, this is what I can achieve. So if temples, I'm sure you will have a bigger community in place if you can start doing this weekly. Don't start measuring like how the other people measure, number of views, only this many people are watching. Don't worry about that. Just keep posting weekly once. This is the puja that happened. This many people attended. Somebody sharing, I attended it, I felt this way. Experience is important. That needs to be brought in. So if you start doing that, eventually you will have a community who is connected to you. Case study 3 is a temple here in Richmond, Virginia. So their concern was we have the funds, but we don't have people coming in. So we did a basic study and found that the messaging is not going out. They're doing lots of social activities and that is not being put out. And in a temple, when somebody comes in, the first thing they see on a board, Ganapati Homam, $30, Sudarshana Homam, $120, like 10, 12 is on the list. Somebody new who comes in doesn't know what to choose, why to choose. So we created videos, 2-minute videos of each. Eventually, we are going to implement maybe a touch screen or a TV remote where you can play this and see which one should I do for my benefit. So these are things that, especially in the United States, we don't have the kind of resources in temple where somebody can stand at the entrance and explain how to come in, what to do, which order to go. Personally, I have seen people walking in with chappals and shoes into areas where you shouldn't. And they don't know which direction to walk, some going in the anti-clockwise direction. These things, if you just play a 5-minute video, they walk in, they play the video, they know what I need to do in this space and what all the pujas, havans I can do here. This kind of information, we should start using videos. So this is case study 3. The other things, apart from the fundraising and community building, this is the most easiest that you can do. It doesn't cost any money, and it just, you have your volunteers whom you can involve to do this. The visibility, it's worldwide. It's not limited to your community alone. And also people need something or the other to do. And when they come in, you can tell them that this is something that you get involved in. And other activities that you can involve the community in, endless. You can have cooking sessions, you can have, this is for adults, I'm saying, Indian cooking sessions, kolam, rangoli, drawing, how to tie a sari for the next generation. Many things that you can do to keep them involved. And one thing, important thing I insist in every temple I interact with is, please insist that they should have a sadhana in their life. Because all this that we're talking, the devata is missing in this. That devata you have to connect with. Now, how to connect? If it's a Balaji temple, you get a 3-inch deity, vigraha from made, do a puja, consecrate it, give a certain mantra or something that they can do it at home. They can keep the vigraha at home. That connection should happen. 10 minutes, 15 minutes in a day, they do some nama japa and connect to that vigraha. They know that there is a main vigraha which 6 times puja, 4 times puja is happening. This is a satellite one through which they can connect. These kind of things should start happening so that the community comes closer. This is not something that is, this is a necessity. We have to create that community, that bonding has to happen. We cannot ignore that anymore. You know what's happening in the world. I don't have to keep saying about it. So power of videos and community building is something that temples have to actively take up. I know that there is nobody pushing you to do it. This is an initiative that every temple has to do. And we are here to support in whichever way we can. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, sir, and ladies and gentlemen, huge thanks to the organizers, and special thanks goes out to Vallabhaji for coordinating and accommodating us in the last minute, and Sri Nagarajan and Soundarajan from Pittsburgh Temple, who's not with us right here. And I'm here because of them. As you know, my name is Guru Saule. I'm Guru only by name, but I'm still a student. Okay? There's a lot to learn, and I'll take away a lot of learnings from each session. My background quickly, I'm a chartered accountant with over 30 years of experience. I've been a CFO and CEO of multinational companies and tech companies. And I switched to wealth management about 5 years back. One of the main reasons I moved here is to be able to serve. My career was all about making big companies bigger, rich companies richer, and adding shareholder value to Fortune 500 companies. But wealth management gave me a unique opportunity to make a difference to individuals, to nonprofits, and I'm so blessed and honored to be here among all of you. An opportunity to be helpful to temples, and given the cultural commonality we all have, I can kind of appreciate at this end of the table on how much goes into managing assets in a temple. And what comes first? What is the uppermost in everybody's mind when you're managing assets for temple? It's the return, right? We want to make more money. We want to generate more income so we have more funds for the temple. And secondly, what is more important in terms of return is risk and also the cost, and at what cost it's coming. Before that, I'd like to share a couple of pieces of information about Ameriprise Financials. And this is the company. It's a Fortune 250 company. It's listed on the stock exchange. $1.4 trillion in assets under management. We have more than 10,000 advisors, and I'm based in Plano, Texas. And thank you for coming here for this year's convention opportunity to meet all of you. And so in terms of managing assets, I've interacted with a few temples in my career. One of the most important things is to really look at how do we protect the assets of the temple, and what are the tools we have to manage the risk. And another important parameter I'd like to draw your attention to is some of you who are managing temple funds have a fiduciary duty to make sure that the funds are governed, managed, and invested appropriately. And therefore, you need a trusted partner, whoever it may be. It could be Ameriprise, it could be someone else. But the bottom line is, where I come from is me being able to help you in that fiduciary duty. And to me, it's an opportunity to give back. It's not about money. It's not about commerce. And one thing I learned in my investment career is it's always not about how much you make. It's about being able to focus on risk in the portfolio. And on this note, I'd like to make an announcement. This is an open invitation to everyone connected with VHP and this organization. To anyone wants to evaluate your portfolio, no obligations, there's no cost, there's no obligation. You can share the portfolio with us, and we have with us Chad Dzik, who is the market director of BlackRock, which manages, which is the largest asset manager in the world. They manage more than $9 trillion, and about $23 trillion of assets go through the world's best technology platform called Aladdin, which evaluates the risk in your portfolio. It is like going through a CT scan where your body is completely scanned, and we do that for every portfolio, whether it's an individual portfolio or an organization portfolio. We can look at where the risks are inherent, and how we can help you. And that's really what a temple needs on a dynamic basis. And also, in managing the portfolio, you're also looking at, is the portfolio well aligned to where the markets are heading? And do we have a macroeconomic perspective from each investment committee of each temple in America to make sure that our portfolio is kind of on course with a great strategy? So on this note, I'd like to invite my trusted partner, Ameriprise's strategic partner, Chad Dzik, who's done more than 2,500 presentations. He's an authority in portfolio management, and we work together in helping our clients to achieve what you want to achieve with the risk and time frame that you have in mind. Thank you so much. I'm really honored to have this opportunity to be with you.
Our final speaker of the session is?
My name is Chad Dzik. Yes, sir. Yeah. So I am, like Guru said, I'm a market leader with BlackRock. I've worked for BlackRock the last 14 years. And like Guru said, I've delivered over 5,000 presentations on markets, Social Security, risk management, things like today. And so what I'm going to do is just share a little bit about BlackRock and how we can actually help you. Because the firm was started about 40 years ago. And when the firm was started by Larry Fink, his goal was to help everyone in the world have an opportunity to retire with dignity, to help institutions, endowments, pensions, and nonprofits reach their goals and objectives. And the reason the firm has grown to be so large over the last 40 years, now managing, Guru said 9 trillion, I've got to correct him, it's $12.5 trillion. So we've seen just immense growth. And Guru said a few of the key things. It's not how much money you make, it's how much money you keep. BlackRock doesn't focus on hitting home runs. We focus on protecting you from striking out or making mistakes, especially when we see market volatility. Okay? So that is something the firm is extremely passionate about. And where we focus with nonprofits, institutions, endowments, and corporations is what we call asset liability matching. One of the biggest mistakes temples and many institutions and nonprofits make is they have one bucket of money for all of their goals and objectives. BlackRock's specialty is understanding each goal that you may have. Some goals you may have in 6 months where you need to have a liability. We need to match that liability with a specific portfolio for that time frame. So we may have 4 or 5 portfolios for a temple based on when the liabilities need to be met. So if you have long-term liabilities, that's a totally different investment portfolio. So we like to set up a separate portfolio for each goal that you may have for the investments. And that's one of the things that differentiates our firm. And this just kind of shows you over the last 30 years how the firm is built and how it's evolved, right? So when we acquired iShares from Barclays, many of you may have heard of ETFs or exchange traded funds. We acquired iShares from Barclays in 2009 at the bottom of the global financial crisis. It's one of the greatest acquisitions in the history of our industry. And the reason we did that was to provide great performance, extremely low cost, and this asset liability matching became much easier than in a mutual fund. And so when we acquired them, it was $300 billion of assets. Today, iShares oversees $5.2 trillion. And so we've seen tremendous growth. The next stage you're going to hear a lot of growth is in private markets, private equity, private credit, private real estate, and we just acquired a firm called Global Infrastructure Partners to invest in infrastructure deals all over the world. And so this is what BlackRock is doing, is providing more return sources to build that diversified portfolio to help you guys reach your goals and objectives. But the key thing that Guru mentioned is Aladdin. Aladdin has helped the federal government in 2008 when they had no idea how much risk there was with mortgage-backed securities. And we always say the worst risk you can take is the risk you don't even know you're taking. And so the key takeaway from today is if you want us to look at where you are today, there's no fee, there's no charge. We want to give you an MRI. We want to give you a deep look at where you're positioned today, understand what your goals are or liabilities that you may have for the temple over the next 6 months to the next 6 to 10, 15 years. And we want to make sure that portfolio is allocated properly. So we're going to give you feedback. We're going to help you understand where you're invested today and where some of the best opportunities are. So there's nothing to sell. I don't have a brochure. I don't have a book. All we want to do is serve. We want to help you guys. We want to help look at the investments and figure out how to position these assets the best way to reach the goals and objectives of the temple. And all of you are in different places. We're going to meet you where you are and help you understand your risk. So thank you all for the opportunity to be here today.
Yes, we have 15 minutes and then we break at 6 o'clock. So we have good time. If anybody has a question, we can take it. Upendraji will help us.
So you heard a lot about finances, how to raise funds, how to invest money, and of course, money is what makes the world go round. So let's have some questions for our 4 panelists, and you can direct your question to any specific person if you like. Go ahead, please.
Any questions?
There are a couple here.
I had a question for Tusharji. For the CRM platform, how is the data managed? The data that the Mandir uploads?
Hello. Yeah. So you will get an admin access and admin can view nobody else can. So admin can decide how many people they want to give an access. If you are teaching a school, then school teachers will only have access to school part, not other datas. So Mandir admin will know want to go what access, and they will have a separate password created. So that is how the data going to be managed.
From your side, like from the developing side, do you have access to the Mandir data, or is it just
No, we
limited to
don't
Mandir?
keep access. Once we give upload, we change passwords and everything. So you keep your data with you, and we don't take it on a backend. If you need support, you can call our website number, and then engineers can work with you. What is a troubleshoot, and they can help you solve resolving that.
Any other?
Yeah.
Hello, this is to the gentleman who spoke about creating finances or donations to the temples. Your name I forgot, sir. What's your name?
Prem KV.
Premji. So do we have a contact number and some other things, websites that we can contact you?
Yeah, sure, I can share it.
Sure, thank you.
I can give you a little bit insight. You can use our CRM templates, and you can post those on your Facebook or something where you can do the fundraisers. So those CRM will create a template, and template will, you can post, it will connect with your Facebook and media pages. That's how it will help you.
I have a question about, you mentioned liability protection for temple and asset management. Does it also include insurance liability along with the asset allocation?
Yeah, we do a holistic assessment of what's your exposure. Insurance obviously is not part of the portfolio management, but as part of protection. So when we look at wealth management and asset management, it's across creation of wealth, maintaining wealth, protecting wealth, which insurance falls in that bucket, and also protecting the fiduciary responsibility of the investment committee members. Yeah, absolutely.
There's one here.
On this CRM, what are the cost and are there any commitment for the, we can get out of the?
The basic model is free to everybody, which will do the basic functions. But if you want more customizations, there can be a cost associated with whatever you want to customize. So basic model is free for everybody, but then there are, you have so many other functions to be added, then that will be a cost.
Contractual commitment, you can get out.
There's no commitment for anybody because it's voluntary. We are doing voluntary and we are providing it. So we don't put any contract and there is no commitment.
Any other question?
So I have a question. So I have my personal account with Ameriprise, and BlackRock also is an investment firm. How can Temple take advantage? My impression is that to be able to take advantage of your services, one needs to have money. How? And I don't think many temples have lots of money. So how can you help the temples? I'm curious.
Sorry, can you repeat the question? Okay. Right. Right. Oh, yeah. That's a great question, actually. So we do both institutions and individuals. And one of the initiatives we planned out with Pittsburgh Temple is to help all the priests individually. And obviously there's no obligation, there's no cost to consulting or advising. And yeah, individual portfolios we do manage. We have you go through the same process in terms of risk management, investment advice, and be able to walk across the board the entire 9 yards in terms of wealth management.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
So I have a question, and it's not directly to, it's, pointed to both of you, BlackRock and. So it's not about the investment, but it's about a problem of temples. And if they can leverage the expertise that you have in the financial markets, the temples go through this expensive insurance to safeguard, from everything. Now, there are muni leagues, that I'm sure that you're familiar with, that, collective municipality or all cities come together and create that umbrella under which all municipalities are insured, and somehow the premiums are very less and still they maintain good loss ratios. You or through you, can there be some experts that can be approached maybe by Vallabhaji on behalf of all the temples, or in DFW, you are in Plano, I'm in Dallas, that we can create an umbrella organization for, like Muni League, for the temples to really get some benefits of cost reduction in insurance.
So if I understand your question right, you're looking at an umbrella kind of a framework to protect assets in the temple, right? And
These are insurance, PNC, property and casualty insurance, every temple takes lots and lots of insurances.
right.
They run into, I would say, hundreds of thousands of dollars for large temples, but everybody's doing it individually. I know for sure that they can, and maybe,
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we could do that because the insurance partners we work with are quite flexible in terms of looking at coverage as well as consolidating the exposure. But it will have to go. I'm not a legal expert, but to the best of my knowledge, it will have to go entity by entity. But in terms of commercial leverage, I'm sure there's tremendous scope because we work with partners for insurance as well, obviously, and we can bring the right partners to the table to be able to look at. Let's say there are 10 temples here willing to group together and negotiate an insurance deal. So it could be terms, it could be conditions or whatever. I think that's quite doable. Knowing my insurance partners, our insurance partners. Did I answer your question? Sorry. Partly, okay. I'll meet you offline.
Any other questions?
Can we have a round of applause for our esteemed panelists? I hope we learned something from it and you are able to take advantage of their wisdom that you shared with us to benefit your temples. Once again, thank you.
Yeah. Now it's a break time. We'll break. You can have snacks, tea, or network. Go to booths, socialize with them, and come back here by 6:20 p.m. Thank you. Yeah. So at 6:30 we have a community reception.